Good morning. It's February 15th, and we're beginning the Planning Board meeting. The first item is adoption of resolutions. There's one resolution, Bowie Mill Road, Pikeway, WQP number MR2023016, MCPB number 24-010. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, 4-0, and Mr. Bartley has to abstain on this one. The next is record plats. If there's no disagreement, we'll approve all three at once. The first is subdivision plat number 2-2022-0950, Bloom, Montgomery Village, where staff is recommending approval. The second is subdivision plat number 2-2023-0080, E. Brook Lee's second addition to Silver Spring, where staff is recommending approval. And the third is subdivision plat number 2-2024-0280, 2-2024-0290, and 2-2024-0420, Creekside at Cabin Branch, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion to approve all of the record plats?
Move that we approve the record plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Ayes have it, 5-0. The last is regulatory extension requests. We have three this morning that we can approve all three at once if the board is amenable to that. Hearing no difference, the first is Bradley Hills Grove, Section 2 and 8509, 8513 Meadowlark Lane, preliminary plan number 120230090, extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension. The second is Duncan Muncaster Road, site plan amendment number 820230060, regulatory review, extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. And the third is Saddle Ridge administrative subdivision plan number 620240040, and forest conservation plan number F202400100, where staff is regulatory extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of extension. Do I have a motion to approve all three extensions?
Move that we approve all three extensions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And now we're on item number 4, the roundtable discussion, the Parks Director's report. Good morning, Ms. Figueredo.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here this morning to tell you about some things we have going on in parks. On this opening slide you see, we have a photo of an event that was part of our Parks Department Black History Month events. This one was at Woodlawn Manor Cultural Park, and it was part of a series of family-oriented events that we had at this location. So as you all are aware, we have a very large Parks Department with hundreds of employees and staff at locations throughout the county, and most of them never really have an occasion to come to Wheaton headquarters. So Chair Harris and I have been visiting some of the locations where our staff work. This picture was taken at Green Farm, and this particular photo is with our exhibit shop staff. They're pretty extraordinary. They make a lot of the things, the signs and the exhibits that you see in our parks. And you can't quite tell in that photo there, it's a little bit obscured behind us, but the staff were working on building, or rather I think rebuilding, a sort of statue of a toad that I think goes at Meadowside Nature Center, if I recall correctly. And when it's done, it's going to be pretty extraordinary. I may bring back a picture of it so that you all can see, but they do great work. And yes, yesterday, I believe, we were at the Wheaton Maintenance Yard talking to staff there. And I think one of our next upcoming visits is to Olney Manor. And Chair Harris and I are introducing ourselves to staff and telling them a little bit about the planning board's and the Parks Department's priorities, because we believe if the staff understand what our goals and priorities are, it's obviously motivating to them in the work that they do every single day to keep our Parks Department up and running. I wanted to talk a little bit about our community gardens. They recently shared their year-end report, their year in review, and they're doing pretty incredible work too. They've got two new community gardens that they opened recently, one at Black Hill and one at Edgewood. I believe some of the members of the planning board probably visited the Edgewood Community Garden during a tour of the Fairland Briggs Cheney Master Plan. And our community gardens, you know, they're a lean group. There are, I think, 4 staff. They really rely very much on collaboration with other divisions in the Parks Department. And in the case of the building of new community gardens, they work very closely with facilities management and with our park development team. We have new staff with us, actually new old staff. Emma Lehman, who is now the assistant manager of our community gardens, and this is a position I believe we got in the budget maybe a couple of years ago, but it's really helping us sort of ramp up our community gardens program. She was a seasonal employee with us at Pope Farm. Our seasonal employees are critical to the department's operations, and many of them eventually join us as permanent career staff, and that's great. It's a wonderful way to grow our department and to bring in new folks. Our team recently gave a presentation at the American Community Garden Association conference, and they also received an internal department award, the GIS Excellence Award, and they received that for working with the GIS team to create a new community garden map and an online inspection system that is really going to streamline our community gardens inspection process. So we're very proud of them for that. You can see here a slide showing some of our very stalwart Parks Department supporters, including, I think you may recognize, our former Planning Board Chair, Casey Anderson, and of course there is Mike Riley. As promised, before he retired, he said he would be back to testify in support of the Parks Department's capital improvements program, and there he was. He made good on his promise. We were very grateful for the outpouring of support for the Parks Department. Out of all the testimony received, about 60% of it was in support of our capital budget. And keep in mind that these public hearings are for the capital improvements program for not just all of county government, including all of the departments that make up county government, but Montgomery College and MCPS. And we were still 60% of all the support that the county council heard was for the Parks Department's capital budget. They particularly supported projects like the Littonsville Civic Green, our Wheaton Regional Park planned improvements, both natural and hard surface trails, of course, environmental restoration projects. And to our pleasant surprise, we actually had a couple of people testify in support of just routine infrastructure maintenance. And this is really obviously important to us. Our main priority in our capital budget is the maintenance of the very aging infrastructure we have, but we don't usually hear people talk about that. Members of the public just sort of take it as a given that we have to maintain the system we have, but it takes a lot of resources. So to actually have people come out and support that, we were very pleased. The next steps in the process are the transmission of the planning board approved non-recommended reductions to our capital improvements program in order to meet the county executive's proposed CIP. And this will go over to the county council. On March 4th, the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee will take up the CIP. They will then make recommendations about potential restorations, and part of what the planning board is transmitting to the council are our recommendations for restorations if they are able to find additional funds for our capital improvements program. We want to be able to advise them as to how we would prioritize those restorations. And then the county council will take up the Planning, Housing, and Parks recommendations towards the end of the budget and CIP process, and will adopt the CIP and the operating budget, which is to come on March 15th, in late May. I wanted to give a little bit of an update on the Montgomery Parks Foundation. As you know, that's the 501c3 that supports the work of the Parks Department. This past year, they did quite well. They had 756 donors. They increased the number of monthly donors by 71% and increased the number of first-time donors by 25%. Their current fund, if you will, is $2.1 million, and this was an increase of 28%. This fund is used to support various parks projects and initiatives, and in this past year, the foundation donated $350,000 for different projects and programs that support the work of the Parks Department. In 2023, in fact, they gave a number of smaller grants in an effort to get more of their resources kind of out the door and see kind of quick impact in the Parks Department. And you can see here a list of some of the projects that received awards. The maximum award for these projects is $50,000. They're kind of intended to be projects that are maybe one-time events or pilots that we're trying out to see if they are something we want to continue pursuing, and the Parks Foundation very generously provides some support for these things. This year,
if you have not seen that oak tree carving, I saw it like about 2-3 weeks ago. It's really amazing. It's beautiful. And I do not know if they had, I guess we had an artist to do that. And maybe that's one of the oak trees that belong to the Parks Department that we had to carve.
yes, I believe so, yes.
It was just amazing. I was stunned. I hadn't seen that. Beautiful.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of really great feedback on those carvings. Yeah, and that artist is really talented and incredible. And in fact, this year we received another grant for an oak tree carving, so stay tuned for that one. We also received a grant for a mural at the Glenmont Park Activity Building, which is a park activity building that is well loved and used in the community, but our PDD team thought that it could use a little bit more pizzazz, if you will. There's a large white wall that kind of presents a blank face to the park and to the community. And they had the idea that having a mural painted on this building would really sort of enliven it and make it kind of a focal point for the park and for the community. And so we were very excited to get a grant to fund the painting of that mural. And, you know, we'd really like to see more of this kind of art in our park system. And here are a number of the other programs that we received grants for. Program instructors for senior programs through our program access team, a teen program from our nature center team, And of course, another grant for our Trail Ambassador program that we're very proud of and that we started just a few years ago. And then this closing slide, you may have heard the sad news that our bald eagle, Orion, passed away. He was very old. This was a quite elderly bald eagle who had a long and good life with us. He was apparently very well known for his vocalizations, and I think the visitors and the staff were very sad to see him go, but we're very grateful that he was with us for as long as he was, and he leaves a legacy. And with that, I will close my Parks Director's report, and if you all have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Are we going to get a replacement for the bald eagle?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think he came to us in 1998, and he had been injured somehow. He came to us as a young eagle. He was just a few years old, and he was never able to be fully rehabilitated and released into the wild. So he had a home with us, and he served a purpose, introducing visitors to kind of the beauty and majesty of nature and of raptors like this in particular. I don't know if we'll get another bald eagle. I have to check in with Nature Center staff.
Any other questions or comments from the board members?
Where was the bald eagle housed?
I think he was at Meadowside. I'm looking for my stat. Yes,
It is
Meadowside.
correct.
Yes.
It was in Meadowside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Please thank your staff for all your great work. We look forward to visiting some of these community gardens, and I need to go visit the Josiah Henson Museum sometime soon. Looking forward to it. So thank you so much. And next, we're going to...
Just one thing. I just want to kudos in regard to advocacy. I remember that it was time that when they had in public hearing, we heard all about public school and almost non-existence for advocacy for parks. And I don't know, that's like maybe 10 years ago. And then it was a collective effort to change that. And you guys have come a long way. And kudos to staff working to make sure that that change happens. And it looks like that we're succeeding. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to go immediately into the item number 5, budget transfer request, fiscal year 24 operating budget for Montgomery Parks, where staff is recommending that the board approve the transfer request. So we have Nancy Steen with the Parks Department. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. For the record, Nancy Steen, Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks, and I'm here today requesting your approval for a budget adjustment for the Park Fund. Staff attrition and a competitive job market continue to contribute to an above-average number of vacancies in our department. We have made considerable progress in reducing our vacancy rate, and we continue to strive to fill all of our vacant positions. However, we are projecting to have personnel cost savings due to these vacancies. Therefore, we're coming to the Planning Board now to request to reallocate a portion of this FY24 savings and personnel funding to be used for non-personnel to take advantage of this available funding. I'll quickly go through a summary of our request. Our memo does provide further detail. Currently, we're requesting approval to transfer $288,650 of available personnel savings in the Park Fund to be used for non-personnel needs. The department is also requesting to move available funding of $617,500 from the non-departmental compensation markers to support services, which will then be applied to the department's risk management funding. Our first request is to reallocate $65,000 for our Activating Parks program to support entertainers, equipment, and other supplies for the Sligo Creek Fest event that's planned for this May. The next item in our request is for $100,000 for various park facelifts. This funding will be used to update park amenities that need refreshing. And funding will be used for multiple small projects through our park system to update amenities such as signage, kiosk, and other furniture and fixtures. Next, our department is also requesting $123,650 for various public safety and security upgrades. This total includes replacing or enhancing fire alarm systems, security systems, and cameras at several facilities. The total also includes replacing and upgrading the security fencing for the raptor closures that we just mentioned at Meadowside Nature Center to make sure that both our staff and our birds are safe. Finally, we're requesting to transfer $615,500 from available unallocated compensation markers and non-departmental for the Park Fund. This funding will be used to facilitate replenishment of funding in the Risk Management Fund for final negotiated settlements that have been approved this fiscal year for several legal cases. And at this time, the Planning Board's approval of this transfer is requested. And first, do you have any questions?
Any questions from the board members? Mr. Linden?
No, no questions on my
Okay,
end.
there are no questions. Thank you for bringing this to us. Do I have a motion for approval of the, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, move to approve the budget transfer request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes
Aye.
have it. Thank you, 5-0. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 2-minute break and then go to item number 7, review of county executive's fiscal year 25 capital budget and fiscal year 24 dash.
6.
Oh, no,
We don't want to.
I'm sorry. We're going to number 6, I'm sorry. We're going to zoning text amendment ZTA 24-01, household living, civic, and institutional uses, public hearing, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the council for a public hearing scheduled for February 27, 2024. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, zoning text amendment ZTA 24-01, household living civic and institutional uses, public hearing, where staff is recommending transmittal of comments to the council for a public hearing scheduled on February 27, 2024. We have this morning Ben Berbert from the Planning Department presenting this, and we, after Mr. Berbert speaks, we have one person, Mr. Quentin Remian of the Cloverly Civic Association to provide some testimony. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that introduction. For the record, Ben Berbert with Countywide Planning and Policy, and I am here today to present staff's recommendations on ZTA 2401. Staff is recommending that the Planning Board support the ZTA with some minor revisions that would include increasing setbacks to land not included as part of the application from 20 feet to 25 feet, to clarify what is meant when we do not want the expansion of water and sewer infrastructure, to more clearly state that we are not looking to have this expand on sites that received water and sewer through the Public Institutional Facility or PIF policy, to require that public bus service be adjacent to a site that utilizes this conditional use, and that the townhouse living unit dwelling type should be added to all the residential detached zones and not just the RE2 zone. Some background: this was introduced by the District Council on January 16th of 2024, led by Council President Friedson and Vice President Stewart, and was subsequently co-sponsored by the remaining council members. A public hearing is scheduled for February 27th, 2024 on this matter. During the introduction, there was a press release. This has also been branded at the council level as FAITH, the Facilitating Affordable, Inclusive, Transformational Housing Initiative. The real mission here was to be able to partner with these sort of nonprofit institutions we have, our religious institutions and our private schools, to allow them to expand their charitable mission by sort of creating this opportunity for affordable housing on their properties. What the ZTA would do is allow multi-unit living and townhouse living as conditional uses if it met certain standards. Something I'm going to use a lot in the presentation is the residential detached zones. When I say that, I am referencing the RE2, RE2C, RE1, R200, R90, R60, and R40 zones. Meet certain affordability thresholds that we'll discuss a little bit later, and follow some other conditional use standards on sort of the design, the height, the setback, the massing, open space, and those sorts of things. These standards were almost completely copied from the independent living facility standards that have conditional use in the residential zones. There are a few places where it differs from that, and we'll discuss that as well. So as you can see on the table here, this conditional use would add the multi-unit living as a conditional use in the use table. Again, you can see what I call the residential detached zones. The zoning code's also done a great job of calling them that for me. And then you can also see in the row above multi-unit living and townhouse living where the C is being added for the RE2 zone. I will note that there already is a conditional use for townhouses in the RE1, R200, R90, and R60 zone. This is what we sort of know as design for life. It's a conditional use to allow townhouses in those residential zones if they meet certain accessibility thresholds, as well as some other location thresholds, which we'll actually discuss a little bit later. Townhouses are also allowed in those existing residential detached zones as optional method development with the MPDU and cluster option. The conditional use standards that are being added by the ZTA, it's technically adding them under both townhouse living and multi-unit living. I've paraphrased it here because the lists are almost identical, so we're just going to kind of run through this once. The use must be located on a property that is used for religious assembly or a private educational use. The building heights and setbacks for the townhouse buildings, we need to follow the R30 zoning standards. The setbacks for the multi-unit living would follow the R30 standards, but the height would be allowed at 60 feet. And to be clear, when I say setbacks, this is setbacks internal to the site or the application, because the next standard, as introduced, is that you need a 20-foot setback from land not part of the application. That's a very cumbersome technical way of basically saying the buffer of properties around you that are not yours, regardless of what the code says, you have to at least be 20 feet setback from that. There's a requirement for 35% common open space. There's a requirement that there be existing water and sewer service. There is affordability criteria, and there are 4 different standards that you can meet. And there's sort of a generic standard that comes with a lot of conditional uses that the height, density, lot coverage, and parking ultimately is up to the hearing examiner to determine to maximize the compatibility of the site. Again, this is first thing that staff kind of looked at when we were analyzing the CTA is whether or not all of the zones that are being proposed were the right zones to include. You know, particularly, I think we shared some concern, and I think we're going to hear from some testimony as well that was both received in email and that we'll hear today. There's particularly some concerns in sort of the larger lot or estate zones, really that being the RE2, RE2C, and RE1 zones, that this may not be the best location for them. I think what we are trying to balance is, you know, sort of the land use policy of clustering new residential development and new affordable development sort of near activity centers, near transit facilities, and near job centers, but also scaling that with being equitable about where we place these sort of dwelling units and not excluding areas just because they don't have those amenities today but might have them in the future. We also are aware that we're facing a housing crisis, and we think that sort of allowing more places and more opportunities is just a good thing, and that just because it's available in all of these places does not mean that it's going to happen quickly or rapidly. These are very difficult projects to finance. The affordability thresholds are very steep. We only see a couple of these a year in the county as it is. And while we are adding some zones and some locations that might be relatively removed from activity centers, they're going to be in competition with places that are close to activity centers that also want to build these projects for the same limited number of dollars. So in sort of balancing all of this out, we ultimately are recommending that the zones that are listed are the appropriate zones, but we do have some additional standards that we think should be applied in leaving it that way.
Can I just ask a question that is this ZTA recommending these changes just in the transit or high growth areas, or is it for the whole county?
It would be anywhere in the county that has one of the applicable zones.
Okay.
Staff also is supporting the conditional use standards generally as they are listed. Again, there are a couple of amendments that we'll discuss on that. As I said before, conditional use is already allowed in the townhouse living zone for the Design for Life. Strangely, this only is adding the affordability conditional use standards to the RE2 zone. I think staff here is recommending that you should be able to do the townhouse building type in all of the applicable residential detached zones in addition to the multifamily building type. It just seems, you know, kind of why not just allow that flexibility? And it might actually help with some of the compatibility concerns if you're allowed to do townhouse building types on some of these smaller infill lots. If you only allow the multi-unit living type, then you're sort of forcing potentially a type that's less compatible. And so it just seems logical that we should extend the townhouse living across all of the zones like the multi-unit living is proposed. The standard that this must be on a property used for religious assembly or educational institution private. Staff supports the recommendation. We don't really have a good reason not to. And I think a lot of the reason this was chosen, was to have that sort of synergy of sort of the charitable goodwill extending to affordable housing, but also that a lot of these religious institutions and private schools, not all, but many tend to be on large properties that have excess land. I've seen plenty of cases that have come in over the years where we've done the independent living for seniors on church property, and this basically would allow a very similar type development. It's just the residents inside would instead be living in affordable housing criteria units rather than just being of a certain age. But it's a very similar synergy that's been going on, and so staff does find this appropriate. Again, analyzing the height and setback standards that were set, staff supports the recommendations. This is the same that was in the independent living facilities conditional use standards currently. So the townhouses would be limited to a height of 35 feet based on the R30 zone. And again, the code explicitly allows up to 60 feet for multi-unit living. Again, principal building setbacks, both the townhouse living and the multi-unit living would follow the R30 zone standards. They're relatively small setbacks, but again, we're talking about internal setbacks if you were to create lots within the application. And so again, staff finds this sort of consistent and appropriate. When talking about the setbacks from the lots and parcels not part of the application,
Can I break in with just a quick question? So if it was, the setback would also apply internally, you're saying the setback would apply internally if you subdivide the lots out? So you'd have to have a 20-foot setback from each massed building, or?
it would depend on how you laid the site out.
Yeah.
Honestly, you could just do all of the townhouses or apartments on one giant lot, and
Yeah.
then there would be no setbacks other than fire code. If for some reason you, say, chose to do the townhouse building type and you wanted to try to subdivide them so that they could have different ownership
Yeah.
for the land, they would have to follow the front, side, and rear setbacks for the R30 zone for townhouse building.
So for multifamily, it's not necessarily the mass of a building in particular. You could still be all on one lot and not have internal 20-foot setbacks. If you split any of them between, for, like you said, purchasing requirements, something, that would trigger an internal 20-foot
Correct.
setback. Okay, good, thanks.
As the ZTA was introduced, there is as I said, a minimum 20-foot setback from any land not part of the application. Staff here is recommending we increase this by 5 feet to 25 feet. The independent living facilities that so much of this ZTA was based on has this set at 25 feet now. The only thing where I could find that 20 feet might have been used is the senior care community has a 20-foot setback to land not part of their applications. When sort of analyzing this, there's a pretty big difference between an independent living facility and a senior care facility in the sense that the independent living facility generates a lot more sort of resident activity because they're independent. Some of them are still working, they're running their own errands, and we think that's more analogous to how a regular apartment complex would work. You're going to have kids coming and going from school, people are going to be commuting to jobs, they're going to be running errands, visiting friends, and so just having that additional 5 feet creates a little more room for any necessary landscaping, screening, building articulation to make it more compatible. So we are recommending, for this reason, let's do the extra 5 feet just to help with compatibility here. The ZTA as introduced requires a minimum 35% common open space. I will note the independent living facilities actually bases its requirement on a 50% green area. The functional definition of what is counted as these is effectively the same. It's green space that may have paths and stormwater and lawns and recreational amenities. I think the big difference is green area is just you can count any of it anywhere regardless of how it is, how it functions. The common open space has design requirements that actually make the spaces usable. It has to be centrally located or adjacent to a natural facility to take advantage of it. You have to have at least 50% contiguous. It has to be at least 50 feet wide in a single space. And so for these reasons, having a smaller number of 35% might actually still get you better amenity space than 50% green area would because there's no design criteria on green area. So we are supporting this change here.
I'm trying to understand. So you're saying that the the common open space definition would justify to lower from 50 to 35 because green area could be anything, but when you say common open space, we get better quality space for the community. Is that what we are talking about?
Yeah, so for an example,
Yeah, an example would be very
let's
good.
think of a parking lot for an apartment building, a surface parking lot, and they've got, every 8th space, there's a tree island, and there's the little perimeter walk and some landscaping. All of that counts as green area because it's not gray area. But that would not count as common open space because it's not usable for an amenity. It doesn't
see.
meet the size criteria. And so if you think of a site and all the little pockets that there might be greenery, but it's these little useless slivers, that's kind of what adds up that extra 15% that we're like, well, let's just not count that. And so that's why, because the definition of common open space does require the thoughtful design and placement of it, it's just more appropriate, and we think 35% is more than adequate to be used for the amenities. There is going to be more than 35% green on the site because you're still going to have all of these other green slivers. They won't count as that criteria.
So the common open space not necessarily is green, or is it green?
It's
It
green in
could
this.
be like a skate park, it could be like a basketball court, but it could be anything as long as it's common. But do we want to have some green function, natural, I guess, what I'm saying? Because I know that sometimes the roof, they painted green and it's green, but natural space.
I mean, we could debate that. I would suggest we don't, just because having common open space and something around 30 to 35% is sort of a standard benchmark we already use for normal townhouse developments, normal apartment communities. And that's just sort of part of the review that staff would do is making sure that it's not just completely paved over and devoid. So I would resist putting extra detail in here because we haven't done it anywhere else in the code before.
Okay, thank you.
The next standard that's in the ZTA talks specifically about the RE2, RE2C, and RE1 zones. And the standard as written says that the site must be served by existing water and sewer that does not require an upgrade to the service line or use of a pump station. This is actually a standard that was added to the ZTA at staff's recommendation at the 11th hour, but it wasn't fully thought out yet, the implication of it. What the intent here is, if there's no water and sewer access now, we don't want to extend it to make this work. There are religious institutions and private schools that technically have access to water and sewer, but they're not in the water and sewer service area, and they receive that access because of that PIF policy that the county has of extending water and sewer if it's adjacent and for an institutional use. Technically, this is probably a little overkill because that PIF determination states exactly what you're allowed to use that water and sewer for. I think we just want to be clear that if you have water and sewer and it was from that PIF policy, that is what's not to be upgraded or expanded to accommodate this new conditional use. Because in reality, anytime you're going to add a multifamily building, it's going to require an upgrade to the service line. So our recommendation is sort of twofold. I think we should strike the RE2, RE2C, and RE1 zone from the start of it. I think it should just apply generally, because there are a few pockets where we have R90 and R200 zoning that do not have water and sewer access. I do not know if there are qualifying institutional uses on those or not, but I think it's just cleaner to remove that. And then to add the clarity that this is for properties that have that PIF determination that we're really trying to get at with this standard.
And I think it's a very good clarification. I just have a question. Sorry, I know very well about this PIF. That's why I'm asking this. What about if there is a plan for a PIF come in, and in that they add this affordable housing, so the existing doesn't exist, but they're going to get their permit because they are PIF and they have already included the townhomes or multifamily in it. Should the request just to be awarded based on just the institutional facility and not including the townhomes if they come together as one application? So there is not an existing institution first. They are just bringing a brand new plan and they include this multifamily in it. How do we look at that?
So as we're proposing the language to be, they still would not have water and sewer access for the multifamily because it's written to just say any property that receives this subject to a PIF is not eligible. And I think I would recommend to keep it that way. It's the same intent of not wanting to go out of our way to extend the services for these. I think they should go where we have the existing infrastructure and not use this as a reason to keep expanding on the edges our infrastructure envelope.
As long as it's clear, because I support what you're saying. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear for the new applications that they come in. Okay.
So could you just go over one again? If a institution was there because of a PIF and that institution wanted to do affordable housing, it would likely still have to apply for water and sewer, right? I mean,
So our recommendation is if that institutional use has its water and sewer because of a PIF, that it would not be eligible to build the affordable housing. Or I guess it could if it were one or two units that the underlying zone allowed and it
Right.
well, and septic
Right.
did it. But for what this ZTA is
Right.
intending to do, it
Right.
would not be eligible.
Okay, thank
Can
you.
Can I clarify real quick on this? And this was one I was reading and having trouble making sure I fully understood. I mean, with a PIF, there's existing infrastructure there, right? Why is that different than other infrastructure that, if they're connected to sewer and water in an RE2 or an RE1 zone already? What's the difference between a PIF and other infrastructure? Like, if the infrastructure's there, why restrict the, also, and sorry not to get it before, not to ask more questions before you jump in, but like, this is basically kills anything in the RE zones, right? Like, this does not, I mean, anything is gonna require an upgrade to the sewer and water infrastructure, and that's, if that is not require an upgrade to the service line or use of a pump station, that's basically killing any housing ability to put in RE1 or RE2 zones that don't already have a lot more infrastructure than they need, basically.
So I'll address the second part
Please.
first. I agree with you, and that's actually why we're trying to clarify that this only is a kill trigger if a PIF is involved, because even in the R60
Okay,
zone, it's probably going to.
it's if a PIF.
Yes.
Then all of this if a PIF it was involved. That's the thing that I was trying to work off of.
Yeah, this slide shows you now what the standard would read
Okay,
as,
all right.
as we are recommending. And so, yeah, it adds the if, a PIF. So if it is in the estate zones and it has its water and sewer because it was already in the service area, it would be fine.
Okay,
to
yeah,
continue.
it was already in the envelope. Yeah.
To answer the question about the PIF, I don't know, Robert or Jason, if you have any more expertise on this. I'm not a PIF expert, but I know we try really hard not to ever expand our water and sewer envelope because it does just start, once you add that 500 extra feet of water main, now other properties become eligible for
Yeah.
adjacent main hookups, and it's just, I think we just have a policy of not wanting to expand it. And so I understand the sentiment of they've already gotten it, why not let them have it? And I think it's already sort of covered because their PIF determination is only for the church or the school now.
That's the other issue there.
And we're just sort of recommending, don't come in and amend it to add more. It just, you have it, you already were kind of granted something you shouldn't have had under sort of existing policy. When do we sort of stop eating away at the edge of the envelope? That's our recommendation.
I understand. It makes that a very difficult. I mean, these are also, and I'm sure we're getting to the affordability issue, but these are already going to be difficult to pencil out projects, and we're sort of restricting. We're pulling back on eligible properties in, places that would have large amounts of available land and apparently also existing infrastructure. Granted, would have to be increased and upgraded to accommodate, and so it just restricts it from there. I get what you're saying. I'm a little wondering why that.
I haven't done the analysis on PIF properties in particular.
Yeah.
I'm suspecting we're looking at a pretty small,
I would imagine a very minuscule number of
Envelope
properties.
here.
Yeah, I was curious on that, but thanks. I appreciate the clarity.
and about the affordability standards, nice segue there. Staff is recommending keeping the standards as they were introduced in the code. These are the same standards that the mixed income housing community just recently was adopted under. It basically sets four. One of them kind of mirrors the Buy Right pilot program where 50% of the units have to be affordable to 60% or less AMI. One of the standards would require 30% affordable, but 10% of those have to be affordable all the way down at the 30% AMI level, and 20% would be MPDU eligible. Third option is for the 30% affordable, 20% at 50% AMI, and 10% MPDU eligible, which is consistent with the HOC production fund. And then any other project that was able to receive a 9% low-income housing tax credit from the state would be eligible. And again, I think really understanding how much further of a leap this is, even from the 25% MPDUs that people propose to be relieved from some of the impact taxes. This is why we really do not think this is going to proliferate unless this ZTA somehow attracts like every affordable housing developer in the country here simultaneously, which would almost be a blessing that I don't see would ever happen. We only get a few of these a year, and these are spread all over the county now. So to think that they're going to necessarily all now go to these institutional users and that they're going to all go in the residential zones and they're all going to go, we just don't see this as a huge boost. It's just a little bit of padding to make it a little easier if someone was interested.
Yeah. And I did want to make a comment on the affordability. I understand the move to get to tie this to affordability, right, and to tie it to deep affordability. Those are very deep affordability metrics. I mean, is there a possibility, and I'm sort of pitching to the staff and the board here, of just of encouraging them to say any tax credit like per building, which is by definition fairly affordable in itself, although not to that depth of standard, at least so. If there's really good reasons for me not to say that, then.
Sure, I think staff appreciates the consistency with the mixed income housing.
Yeah,
agreement. We
I get
did,
that.
and we'll get to this, receive a piece of correspondence that basically said two things, is that one, the affordability thresholds are hard to meet.
Very.
There's a project that wants to take advantage of this is having trouble, they want to take advantage of the mixed income housing communities and is having trouble meeting that. They didn't get the 9% LIHTC and they
Yeah.
don't have a buy right pilot and they're not HOC. But I do think they do have the 4%
Yeah.
LIHTC. So I think what you're saying is instead of just the 9% tied to a 4% or a 9%.
4 or 9, yeah.
I would be supportive of that if the board was. I think that does a lot to
Oh.
expand the reach of projects, but it does quite increase the scope.
It does quite increase the scope, and I mean, because they're non-competitive. For those,
Right.
the 4% are non-competitive. But I mean, if the goal is to produce affordable housing and to offer the option of producing affordable housing on certain parcels of land, 9% is incredibly competitive, and it's competitive statewide. We don't get an allotment. We could have none in a year. We could have a bunch. And honestly, I mean, I realize these are going to be mission-oriented, presumably mission-oriented constructions, so they're probably not aiming for the maximum, squeezing every last dollar out of the project, but allowing for any tax credit, any 4 or 9% tax credit to market as eligible, or expanding the eligibility requirements, allows more projects to potentially pencil out in these areas. And if that's what we want, which I think we're already addressing the infrastructure issues, we have, school traffic, we'll do all that at site plan and stuff. I think it's worth encouraging the council to expand that to anyone that gets a tax credit, which is already at least a 50% affordable unit, although it does have, 50% market rate potentially.
Yeah, it is interesting the ranges they have, because it seems like they were looking at, the tax credits either 20 at 50 or 40 at 60. So they had the 20 at 50, but they just didn't have the
Yeah.
other, the 40 at 60. And I would, is if nothing more than a suggestion that they open it up to
To 4%.
4% credits would be, I would believe, would be also a good recommendation.
I would propose putting that in. I mean, if our intention is to expand and our intention is to create affordable housing, and we do have a housing crisis, that's not only a less strict measure to attempt to meet, but opens up for a much broader variety of potential construction. Potentially, if we're going with, we have setbacks, there's limits on sizing and placing of these buildings, like something that is buildable under a 4% is going to have a lot more flexibility to adjust to the on-the-ground geographies, setback requirements, forestry, than something that has to maintain an affordability as deep as some of these are. And if they can, good for them. They get the housing production fund and all that stuff. That's great. But
Right, and it adds more, we're always talking about adding more flexibility, and just adding more flexibility, it'll create more of a gap, but then they'll just have to, if they can fill the gap, they can fill the gap. If they can't fill the gap, they can't fill the gap. But it still adds more flexibility.
yeah,
But and we can just say, suggest, recommend,
yeah.
Sure.
Please.
For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I was just going to suggest, actually, that we let Mr. Berbert finish his presentation. I know we do have someone who wants to testify on this as well, and then the board can continue to have conversation after you've heard everything as well. So, thanks.
I was fine watching. No,
Sorry, Ben.
that's all right. The final standard for conditional use, final set of standards. One, maximum residential density is ultimately the determination of the hearing examiner. What it doesn't do is provide a ton of certainty to a surrounding property owner as to how big these projects can be. What it does do is it provides staff during review and the hearing examiner during the final hearing process the ability to sort of right-size the project to what fits and to what seems compatible and to what addresses some of the concerns that are raised during the process. And again, it's kind of consistent with how we review other conditional uses. A lot of them, we don't set the density, we just let the process set the density. So we are recommending that standard because it's consistent. And then kind of tied to that is the final standard, the height, density, coverage, and parking must be compatible. What this is really getting at is that whole Article 6 of the code that goes into parking and landscaping and open space and all the technical stuff. This is just sort of providing the ultimate flexibility there so that as long as you're kind of meeting or exceeding the intents of those sections, the hearing examiner has the ability to not necessarily follow the letter of them, particularly because sometimes you can get a more compatible result by not following these very strict standards that are in the code. Again, this is not uncommon, and so staff is supporting doing that for this conditional use.
Can I ask a question here? How is the process? My only concern is that is this maximum density or all of these is by hearing officer is done before staff bring, before the applicant bring the preliminary plan that we could check for APF and public facilities and have everybody in the public to be able to have a say into the project. I want to make sure that we have enough adequate public facilities and that is decided before the density is determined.
So
I
guess-
don't know the process, how that works.
Sure. So there's a few ways to sort of look at this. I think one of the findings of a conditional use is adequate public facilities. We sort of have written it into every one of our processes to make sure that we get a chance to look at it while we're looking at a project. It does technically allow some of that to be punted and finalized at preliminary plan, but I can tell you from a practical standpoint, we've always dug deeply into it as staff during the conditional use process because it doesn't do the applicant, the hearing examiner, or us any good to recommend something that's not going to pass.
Exactly, because you are not recommending what the hearing officer is recommending. That was my question. If the density is not recommended by you guys when you're doing the APF and the traffic and everything, that they hearing, because hearing officer doesn't do these recommendations unless they hear from you that what you think is the right amount of density that could be supported by the existing APF. And if they go beyond that, then there are new requirements. That's my question.
Right. So our recommendations pretty much always come with that analysis, and I've never seen the hearing examiner increase the density over its staff's recommendation based on that. The other thing I'll say is part of the process that we're rolling out with the ZTA we just had a couple weeks ago, the streamlining of conditional uses. I think these are good candidates where we would, if there was a preliminary plan, we'd be bringing it concurrently to you guys, so we would have actually formally done it. And there are possibilities where we might not get a preliminary plan with this. The housing is just built on the existing property, and if that were the case, the full APF review does have to be completed with the conditional use. So I'm not personally worried that we wouldn't have a handle on this
Okay,
as part of the process.
I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank you.
I'd be happy not to explain this graphic and chart if everybody's sort of okay with it. I put it here as a placeholder because it's in the staff report. It's sort of in the due diligence of like, what else could staff look at or recommend for a compatibility sake? And what this was is there is existing rules if you're in a CR or employment zone that sets sort of compatibility for you if you're building a multi-unit building type against a residential zone. And it creates this very complicated set of planes and measurements, and I understand it, but I don't know how I would articulate it cleanly. What I'll say is we ran the numbers and what it would do in these zones, and it started creating some really big setbacks before you could actually start meeting maximum building heights that kind of seemed like they would be project killers to implement on their own. And we don't do this for the independent living facilities, which again, this is generally what this is based off of. So our recommendation is we're not going there, but if you wanted to understand why I put it in the staff report to eventually just say we're not going there, I can talk about it. So are you okay with me just sort of moving past this? Because I'm not, great, thank you.
By not going there, you mean?
We're not
this
recommending
is not
the height
okay,
compatibility.
This
yes.
analysis, okay.
One thing staff is recommending here that was not in the ZTA is to require that these sites are be abutting to an existing, or I guess proposed, if it were concurrently proposed, bus route. This is one of a few standards that are in the existing townhouse living as a conditional use set of standards. I think you're going to hear a little more about this probably from our other speaker, and so I'm not going to delve into this now because I feel like we'll come back to it later. But this was one of the ways that I think staff was trying to mitigate for some of the concerns we do have with placing these uses in our estate zones that are rather vehicle dependent, kind of at face value. They are further away from amenities and from jobs, and they are further away from our designated growth areas. Let's at least make sure there's public transportation access to the site. And I have some numbers that I can share. I'll share them a little later that show sort of how many sites we have, how many we lose as we start layering on these different criteria.
I think that's a very good comment.
Thank you. With the climate assessment, staff does believe there will be some minor negative impacts on the greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration, especially in the larger lot residential zones. Again, for some of the reasons we've mentioned before, this would increase vehicle miles traveled. There would likely be more new infrastructure needs. And while the loss of green cover would occur likely with any development, it will probably be more impactful and larger of a loss of green cover as you get into the more larger lot zones because they tend to have more green cover to start with. The same thing leads to a minor negative impact on adaptive capacity as well. As you get rid of the green cover, you start increasing exposure to heat events, you start changing and degrading water quality. But it would have a minor positive impact on community resilience due to better social networks, better sense of community, and just the ability to provide affordable housing. Again, this is sort of what this balance has been about the entire time of there are multiple county priorities and which one is going to be favored in this, and staff ultimately is recommending the housing policy be favored in this final outcome. We have received some correspondence. The first we received about a week ago, and it was raising concern that this ZTA, as well as the mixed income housing ZTA, and generally county policy on affordability, really has been focused on the rental market and not on the ownership market. And I think staff fully agrees and recognizes that. I think our interest has been to keep the policies in line and not use a ZTA to necessarily make a new policy. If the county wants to explore that, and it should, that should kind of probably be its own bill and zoning endeavor. I don't think we want to amend this here now to fix that concern. But it's noted, and I think if the board agrees with that, we could definitely add in our transmittal memo support to figure out some programs that would better address, the sort of homeownership route as well. Mm-hmm. The other correspondence we received yesterday was one from the Cloverleaf Civic Association, who again, we have someone online who can speak to their comments specifically, as well as some correspondence from other members of the Cloverleaf community that I received separate to the Civic Association's letter. There was a lot in there. I tried to sort of summarize it at harm of summarizing it wrong. I'm going to just run through this and again let them, I think, explain really what their comments are, but generally raising concerns that this is not compatible with Thrive Montgomery 2050, particularly, again, in these estate zones? Is this, arguing that Thrive really did not intend to place more housing development in these areas, and that at a minimum, one of the other standards that we should add that is in the townhouse living conditional use standards, not only the bus adjacency, but it should be within 2 miles of a metro station. Staff's not proposing that now, but if we want to look at what the impacts of that are, I do have a little bit of data I can share on that later. There's just concern generally that using R30 design standards creates a very urban precedent for development in not urban areas. There were concerns about the environmental and social damages that would occur to habitats, canopy, increased traffic congestion, school capacity, and overcrowding of sort of retail and service uses. There's concern that some of these affordability controls can last as little as 30 years, and it raised a constitutionality concern. And again, I'm happy to talk about this, but I think it probably makes sense to do it after we've heard from our person who's signed up to speak. So this is my conclusion. Staff is recommending supporting the ZTA, increasing the setbacks to 25 feet, clarifying all the water sewer PIF policy stuff, requiring the bus adjacency, adding townhouses to all the residential detached zones, and I guess the fifth bullet is to add 4% LIHTC credits here. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. We'll now have Mr. Quentin Remain. Is that how you pronounce your last name, sir?
It's Remain.
Remain.
Right. Thank you very much. My name is Quentin Remain. I'm president of Cloverleaf Civic Association. I live at 201 Bryant's Nursery Road, Silver Spring, Maryland, in Cloverleaf. I'd just like to point out that the objections are of the Cloverleaf Civic Association of about 150 households. And basically, this is a lot of hard work. Seeing this was just introduced, just made public less than a month ago, and we had even less time because we didn't have access to the public statements about starting this. And for a long time, the document listed online was listed as a draft document, and we were kept asking for the final document. And evidently, the draft document was the final document, but nobody seemed to know that. So there's been a lot of confusion in what we're working on. We've met with our county council member. We've met with the various legal entities and the council and the executive, try to actually ascertain what the facts are of the issue. But for the major finding that seems to be indisputable is the fact that the Thrive Master Plan doesn't call for these types of changes. On page 11 in the plan, it says the approach of Thrive basically calls for focusing growth in a limited number of locations rather than dispersing it, avoiding sprawl. And let me just read the second statement. These principles of urbanization benefit rural, suburban, and urban areas. In fact, the preservation of land for agriculture in a place like Montgomery County depends on concentrating development in urban centers instead of permitting sprawl, even in suburban and rural areas. So it's not just agricultural areas. From the mixed uses of housing types, and at appropriate calibrated intensity to scale to serve their needs. The master plan indisputably is introducing a lot of urbanism into the county, but it also is not introducing urbanism just for urbanism to make the entire county urban. It's just not as vocal in protecting the suburban and rural areas. And we consider in Cloverleaf, we consider ourselves rural, but we're really rural suburban. And I think that the original document here, Section D of the Townhouse Living, took this into consideration, and so they limited the area to areas that are more urban in nature, and they increased the amount of urban activity in those particular neighborhoods that are adjacent, especially to the metro stations. This disperses. This is urban sprawl according to the Thrive Master Plan, which it's not in favor of. It's dispersing it across the whole county. And I don't know if I want to push the point. Your analysis sort of demonstrates that also. We're doing it in behest of adding more housing to the community. But as we look at some of these proposals, we're just what the ZTA is doing is upsetting the balance of existing planning and existing building, because every community has a set of objectives that they intended to meet, and the road structure was built for this. All the facilities were planned for this, and now we're opening this whole thing up to a huge possible increase, and especially with churches, especially churches being not as prosperous as they once were. A lot of church properties are finding themselves with what they consider to be extra land on their hands. Well, they don't have extra land on their hands. All that additional, the impervious limitation, for example, in the RE2 zone is for churches to be 25% impervious. That means 75% of the land is open, whereas this particular plan is only going to allow 35% open. It's a huge difference. And so protecting the watersheds, which are plans, all the rural and suburban plans protect the watersheds, for example, and reduce flooding. They control the amount of traffic density. The roads have been built to maintain that, and all these things can be changed. If you say, "Oh, let's just do it," there's only a few people are going to take advantage of this. Well, if only a few people are going to take advantage of this, is it really worth doing? Because only 30, most likely you'll be lucky to have 30%. The number of houses that are added, only 30% of them are going to be affordable. So what have we really gained by sacrificing our environment, opening ourselves to flooding, opening ourselves to crowded schools, traffic jams, so forth? Indisputably, it used to take half the time that it takes to get to work and to other things than it does now because of the traffic situation. And so we're in such a difficult position. We're having flooded properties. We're having all sorts of that don't even get reported. I'll just say and in addition, we've worked with churches. We worked with a lot of churches regarding the PIF, and we always go in favor of the PIF because the PIF protects the property and protects the land area where the church is going to sit. And so we're going to always go with that option if it's available, and if an adjoining property can support sewer and water, we're going to go with that option because it's a drain on the environment to have especially septic systems. So it's moving along. Some of the other things that basically I talked about the oversupply of land. It's not really oversupply of land. The land is being used. the 75% of the land is being used for a lot of purposes to protect from flooding and excessive runoff, to protect our streams, to protect the habitat, and all the environmental
So, Mr. Remain,
features of the land.
you've gone over your time. Could you take 30 seconds to finish up, please? Okay.
And then the other thing was, is ZTA constitutional? I could discuss that more with you if you'd want to. Can I just briefly go through some of the things that you think are advantageous to the property and what the drawbacks are? One is busing, being on a bus line. We just discovered that our one only bus line that goes through Cloverly is going to be discontinued. So had one of these projects been approved yesterday, they would have had a bus line. Today, there's no bus line. In the rural and outlying areas, there is very little, very few bus lines, and all the bus lines are tied to commuter traffic in the morning and the evenings. As far as recreation, recreation can be a swing set and the slide and a few other things for children. That's not really a big amenity to adding a large number of homes. Parking is a problem.
So, Mr. Remain,
And
excuse me. Yeah, I think a lot of these you put in your written testimony, or a lot of these things. So, we appreciate your testimony.
some of these three things I did not put in there.
Okay.
And then I think we're saying that an impervious limitation on these would be of 25% would be more advantageous than a 35% open space. So we're flipping those numbers around the other way. So we have a lot of other things that the committee has worked with and discussed with various people. They basically agree that this is a more urban situation, and the outlying area, the suburban and rural areas are going to pay dearly for this increased urbanization of the county, which is in opposition to the master plan.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments. Great. So, are there? Oh, Josh. All right. Yeah, Mr. Linden, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. First, I just wanted to just apologize for not being there with you all again this week. Hopefully next week I'll be back and can show my face in person once again. I wanted to just one question regarding the recommendation for sites that abut a bus route. To Mr. Remain's points that he just brought up. Well, first, I'd be curious to know, I don't know if we have data on this, but I'd be interested. I'd be curious to know how many of these properties, how many of these parcels exist adjacent to a bus route countywide. I think we would probably find, because bus lines and bus stops are often, not always, but often go close to these kinds of uses. Okay, great. Yeah. I see that on the screen now. So yes, we do have, quite a few that are adjacent to bus stops. Looks like 72% religious institutions, 67% private schools. I would be interested in thinking about this a little bit more expansively, and I'd be curious to know if others on the board would support this. I don't view it as important that it is adjacent to a bus line. I think folks, as we see across the county, folks walk, they walk, as far as they need to oftentimes to get to a bus, and buses are often too far away from where they live. But I think being adjacent to a bus line is not a necessary requirement. I would be interested in providing either some sort of distance based on either kind of a network or just as the crow flies. Or some other consideration, because I think that although I wholeheartedly agree, of course, that transit is important, and I think we should be expanding transit countywide. number one, bus routes in particular, as Mr. Romaine just pointed out, they change quite a bit. We're going through the kind of a network redesign process right now with MCDOT. I know that's going to take a while to roll out. But more than that, I think that, density often provides the justification for more bus service and the rerouting of bus lines to meet where the density is. I understand it's a bit of a chicken and egg argument, but all that's to say that I would encourage us to think more expansively about proximity to transit. Forget the proximity to metro in this case, focus on bus if we do want to focus it on it at all. But think more expansively, either in a geographic distance kind of way or in some other way. So that would be my comment on that particular recommendation. And I'm curious to know how others feel about that.
Likewise.
A few things that I do believe that Thrive has talked about complete communities. Thrive is allowing to have different communities in different areas. It's supporting urban, suburban, and also the transit that we want to increase the density. So I understand the comments from Mr. Romaine that it is, and that was one of the first questions I asked, that if this is just for the growth areas, or is it true for outside growth? I believe that this ETA should be more for the growth areas and not necessarily the areas that they have suburban and urban or supporting any kind of those lifestyles for the county. It's a diverse county and people have different different likes for different kind of communities. The other thing is that I'm very familiar for PIF, just for the record. I was working for Mr. Romaine as the civic associations. I haven't been there for about 4 or 5 years, so just for the record, but I am very, I understand the issues that I lived in Cloverly, that the Cloverly is, and I'm very familiar with PIF institutions. So I do not know, I know that under the PIF, there are a lot of restrictions may not be looked at. A lot of these institutions are able to come and get connected to the public water and sewer, while any other, development is not allowed to do that. So I believe you have put with that recommendation that you have put that if they are PIF, they cannot get this kind of recommendation. You have done that, and I strongly support that the PIF requirement just stays for the houses of worship and for the educational institute, and not for any other things. So if there is, and that, for example, many of these land that are in these areas that they bring PIF, they're cheap land, and most of them are very in SPA areas, or they are forested, okay? So one of the big issues is that many of these forested areas would be removed and eliminated for providing a big parking, and also for the footprint of the institutional facilities. Many of the trees have been removed, and I do not know that if bringing these again would require that you cut more than in the forest that we have in these areas, remove more forest. So these are some comments that I have that we have to look into.
Yeah, so I believe that this is all in the interest of getting more affordable housing. I think I don't know if we have the data, but if the PIF institutions are eliminated, I don't think they're significant pool of candidates for this ZTA, and if that is the case, then it will be by default in more urban, denser areas where I think that's where a lot of this ZTA was really slanted toward, I believe. And so that's one thing. The other is the imperviousness. So if, regardless of what impervious rules there are now on a property, a church property, if you were to do multifamily or implement the ZTA with the imperviousness standards or impervious standards change, what would rule? You would just go to whatever the
R30.
Yeah, this doesn't inherently change the local master plans or the SPAs. And so if there are requirements to meet impervious, so like in the Upper Paint Branch, it's a very strict 8% impervious. That would not change. That's still governed. The master plan that Cloverleaf's in, a lot of it's a recommended impervious limit, and I believe it's 25 or 15%.
Yeah.
It depends on which watershed you're in. Like those recommendations in the master plan are still there, and that
Okay.
would still be something that would have to be considered. And that's sort of part of the conditional use process, is just because you have a site doesn't mean it's going to pass all of the standards of it. And it may look like we approve everything that comes in because we meet with a lot of people and turn them away before they get here. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of review that happens to make sure we don't sort of jeopardize all these other things that we have in place. And so, yes, it would allow more development on properties that we determine can handle it. And I don't have a crystal ball on what that means for which properties would do. And unfortunately, I don't have the PIFs available in front of me either. But it would not inherently change sort of some of these environmental requirements that already exist. There's still the law. This is just providing a path to do something else on land, but you still have to follow all of the rules beyond that little part that says you can't do this here otherwise. This is just kind of creating that, well, now you can do it here, but you still have to play by the rules of the agency.
Yeah, so I believe that the conditions, I mean, I'd like to hear comments from the other board members. The conditions you put on here would focus it more toward smarter growth and in areas that we do want growth. And given you said the requirements of imperviousness will still have to meet the master plan requirements. And I had another. So I'd like to hear others, but I'm in favor of moving forward with this with the conditions, but I'd like to also hear comments from the other board members. Yeah.
I'll let Sean go in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Berbert, for your presentation, and thank you for assimilating the information and all the hard work that you and your team put in with regards to this zoning text amendment. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Romine for your comments and your understanding of the outlook and potential construction and changes in the community in which you live should this zoning text amendment go through. I'm always happy to hear from citizens, and it's an honor and a privilege to hear your comments and insight that keep all the board and the community well informed. One of the things that Mr. Romine pointed out is that Thrive 2050 calls for diversity in housing in communities. And it seems as though some of these zoning text amendments, especially this one, is seeking to have commonality in dense housing in all of our communities, and it doesn't necessarily provide for the preservation of certain communities that are in existence and serve the people who've moved there for those particular characteristics. Montgomery County has always had diverse housing, and I think Thrive 2050 wasn't intended to get rid of that diversity in housing, but rather increase density in areas that are already dense and improve the density in those areas with regards to access to transportation systems that are already in existence. I appreciate Mr. Berbert and his team coming up with conditional uses that seek to preserve some of the communities that are in existence and not necessarily have those areas turn into urban dense areas, but rather to preserve their character as suburban rural areas. So this zoning text amendment for me is very difficult. I think if there were more conditions and restrictions, it'd be in the best interests of the communities who may be threatened by the change in the zoning text amendment. Thank you.
I'll jump in with a couple of comments. I wanted to address first, I think this is I think, with all due respect to my fellow commissioners, that's a misreading of Thrive. Thrive has multiple things it's attempting to address, including economic growth, environmental resilience, and compact growth as well. And one thing that it talks about over and over again with absolute clarity is the need for more housing, more attainable and more affordable housing. It has quotes in it like, without affordable and attainable housing dispersed throughout the county, we will never attract and retain the broadly skilled workforce needed to effectively run businesses, regardless of scale or economic sector. Comments like that are interspersed throughout the general plan. It is a plan that would like to encourage growth along compact corridor areas, but does not, and in fact, does not like not want growth in other areas, but in fact encourages particularly affordable and attainable housing dispersed throughout the county, which this ZTA would at least marginally improve. So in that case, I want to get that on the record and make sure we have that. Specifically to the ZTA, I would like to agree with Commissioner Linden on having some sort of geographic component to proximity to transit. I think we need to go as expansive as possible there. You're losing about 25%, about a quarter of the available lots just because of bus routes at that point. I think when we're determining transit accessibility and impact on both the environment, we're not considering just building within Montgomery County. Housing markets tend to be regional. What we're determining here is whether they're going to live in Frederick or whether they're going to live in Montgomery County. And when we're talking about the environmental impact, that's something we should consider, is whether or not they're going to be able to basically drive till they can afford it. And so that I think we were encouraging affordable housing spread and dispersed throughout the county is a good thing. So again, with the transit, I would also support some sort of more broad definition of what counts as next to transit and the buses as well. And then the only other, going back to the PIF, again, I lean toward making this as expansive as possible. If there's infrastructure there, I think we should take advantage of it. These are organizations supposedly with a mission. They don't have to do it. But if they want to do it, I don't think we should stand in their way if there's existing infrastructure for it. And then just as a very minor note, I would lean toward, and I'd ask the rest of the board for a 20-foot rather than a 25-foot setback to allow flexibility on the properties as possible, to allow as much flexibility to being able to design and build as possible. And that sort of extends to the concept of compatibility with the hearing examiner. I'd appreciate if there was some sort of, expansive definition on what compatible means, if you meet the definitions of under the, R30 zones and what have you. But that's really neither here nor there for this. But.
I disagree. I think that I recommend the commissioner to go with the staff recommendation as written. I support to have the proximity to the transit. I don't believe that Thrive is all about affordable housing. There are a lot of pillars in Thrive, and one is to keep the existing communities livable. And also, Thrive recognize diversity, urban, suburban, and all different kind of style of living in Montgomery County. I fully support the staff recommendation as it is recommended with no changes to it. And, hopefully we see where it goes.
So I'd like to chime in here then, and I yield it back to you guys. So in terms of this transportation requirement, Mr. Linden, and what are you thinking about? I do think it's important to have some nearby, bus route if possible, because these affordable, if they're affordable, I mean, it'd be, they have the opportunity, I would think I'd be open to some realistic number.
I would go quarter to half a mile within, or a walk shed of some sort would be, I think, reasonable. I mean, I don't want to miss the forest for the trees on the transportation
Yeah,
issue. The
right.
transportation issue, if it has a foundation, that foundation is both accessibility and environmental concerns. And the environmental concern here and the accessibility concern on transportation is that the people don't disappear if there's not housing for them in Montgomery County. They just go further. Like
Right.
the distance from the urban core is very highly correlated to the cost of the housing. And so, if if it's not right next to it, that doesn't mean you don't have access to it. So I would argue for a 15 to 20, quarter to half a mile radius, or a 15 to 20 minute walk shed, something along those lines. And I think quarter to half a mile is probably the easier way to do it.
Mr. Linden, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I would agree. I mean, I agree with the general point that, people are going to live where it's affordable, and if they live farther out, then they're likely going to be driving to where they need to go. And we see that all the time. And it's not to say that if they live adjacent to a bus stop, they're always going to take the bus.
2 miles from Metro.
But I think that providing some sort of, a common standard that we and others use is quarter mile from a bus stop. I think that probably makes sense. But I think, again, to the point that, not missing the forest for the trees, the goal should be to allow people to live, obviously in Montgomery County, if they want to live in Montgomery County, and closer into where they need to be. And so providing more of these sites that can be developed in this manner within Montgomery County achieves that goal, which ultimately I think will, if we look at it in the regional perspective, as Commissioner Hedrick was talking about, I think ultimately will be a net positive from a vehicle miles traveled standpoint. So that's all to say that I think a quarter mile should be something we should consider and recommend back to council. And I just wanted to also mention, just briefly, one other thing unrelated to transportation. I personally wholeheartedly agree with the idea of a diversity of housing options for folks. And I just wanted to point out that, in Montgomery County right now, 47% of our housing stock, according to the most recent data from the census, are detached single family homes, 47%. And so I think right now what we see is a more or less almost majority. So it's pretty uniform in favor of single family homes. And of course, I don't have anything against single family homes, but I think that this serves the idea of diversifying. We're not taking away, we're simply trying to diversify through this effort. And so I support it for that reason, among others.
Great. Also, I think that the housing types in this ZTA are not high-density housing. They're of a smaller scale, townhouse-like, and smaller buildings, and so like an independent living that are there. So I would move forward with the 1/4 mile from a bus stop. I would like, as the staff recommended, move forward with the not in PIP properties, and I'm open to going to the 20-foot, setback between the properties.
The 20-foot would be a fairly marginal. It's just to allow flexibility for any site plan that comes in to adjust the ability. And I'm not, when we go step back compatibility and things like that, I think we need as much flexibility as possible, but I'll defer to staff if that's a workable option.
Could you explain what is the difference between a 1/4 mile walk shed and 1 mile from the bus stop? I thought 1 mile is, a 1/4 mile seems like more restrictive. I don't know the
So there's a few,
What? Go ahead.
there's a few things I do want to ask or clarify on the bus, what I'll say concerns. So right now, the ZTA doesn't have any requirement, so we are wanting to add something. My concern with doing a walk shed on buses And again, I was like scrambling this morning to make maps, not realizing that this was potentially going to become a conversation piece. When I was doing the analysis of how many properties are bus adjacent or not, I did a quick, QC to see if it was missing something glaring. I don't think, unless you buffered it by like a mile, you're going to pick up many more of the properties. A lot of the properties that are in residential detached zones that aren't bus adjacent aren't bus proximate either. And I think it actually really complicates it on our end, from how complicated does the code get that we're now proposing to be written. And when we're getting into these more rural areas, there's no sidewalks. So like
Yeah.
it's a quarter mile of walking in a ditch, probably in a lot of instances. And so I would gently push back and recommend we do leave that one as staff introduced. I think it's just easiest. I think it covers the most property. That I think what you gain is not worth it from what you complicate by trying to do a buffer or a walk shed on a bus stop, personally.
I would almost recommend eliminating the requirement then, that it be adjacent to a bus stop, since most of them tend to be anyway. And, that's there. I would almost suggest eliminating it at that point.
So the fact that you put it in, what was your, go again, your thought process?
So I added it to try to overcome some of the concerns that I think staff did have about this creating, I will call it moderate density development that is not necessarily in our planned growth areas. And I think what we were trying to do was still keep the breadth as open as possible, and also address, there's a racial equity, social justice side of this. OLO's done their report and find that adding these uses to the rural residential zones is essential for meeting equity. And that's part of how we got here, and that's part of the recommendation, and it's part of what staff is also thinking about, and why we didn't just come out and say, let's remove the large lot zones. It's not the most equitable thing to do, but there are constraints you are now placing on these new housing developments, not placing them near other infrastructure. And so the bus was the only thing that was an easy tie to give some access back to jobs and services and amenities that were not 100% car reliant.
Right.
And so it does eliminate some, it eliminates about a quarter of the potential properties, but it keeps 3/4 of them still in.
Wait, so if you said, what did we say, require bus services near the sites or something, and with that, or adjacent to, what is, in your so you can come back to the board you later, what does it mean, just again, to be?
So we could use the language that's in the current townhouse living and say it has to abut. And so that would be, you need to have a road frontage. One of them needs to be on a road that also has a bus running on it. That was sort of the intent here, and maybe I didn't word it quite as well as I could. That's when I did the analysis, that's what I did. I took the bus lines and I grabbed every property that touched one of them that was this land use, and that's how I came up with the 72%.
Okay, so when you just, abut means on the same road. What if the site could have a front on one road, but the bus stop was nearby, but it was on the adjacent road? Is that abutting in your?
Technically, no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what, how can you give some flexibility for a bus stop that's just around the corner?
I think word of adjacent, the way it is written, give that flexibility. In my mind, I was thinking anything that is around a mile or so, to me, it's called that.
I would say it doesn't, actually. I think our interpretation would be the abutting on that. It's an infinite. Do you put 100 foot, a 500 foot? What kind of buffer do you put off of the bus line? But then it runs back to the concern of, is there adequate sidewalks? And this is where it gets into, it's really hard to codify this because there might not be, but maybe they can build it, but maybe they can't because of some other feature. And then are we giving them credit for something they can't actually take advantage of? Again, the simpler the better when it comes to actually implementing this on the back end, but obviously this is the board's decision, so.
And I think that I think Commissioner Linden mentioned it at one point, this is a reciprocal relationship, right? We're not going to have bus lines if there's no people there. We're not going to have people there if there's no bus lines, and at some point, we don't build anything. Like, it's a very marginal effect, but I think that there's an argument to be made for if you want that infrastructure to be there, there have to be people there for it to go to. If you're making the budget decisions over an MCDOT, you're going to make decisions based on the population that's there. I think these are not static things, right? The existence of bus lines, it's not a static thing. So there's a reciprocal relationship there as well. I think, infrastructure can follow people just as easily as the other way around.
But but sometimes they don't come. But what could you put on there that you could, that gives some flexibility, but also meets the spirit of the law? That adjacent. I mean, you said you have adjacent, but it could be in close proximity, I don't know what it is that
We'd have to define that, or we would just end up in massive battles with applicants over what's close proximity. I mean, if we're going to do it, we have to pick a number. I hesitate picking a number because I think in some of these rural areas, the number it's either on your frontage or you're not going to be able to access it. Which is why I've landed with where I have. It just.
But then, does that allow you the opportunity to, once the plan comes, and if it's a little bit different, to negotiate that? Like if it then, suppose it is around the corner and there's ways to get to it, would you not approve that site?
The code would not allow us to. I mean, that is the problem.
Well, the zoning ordinance defines adjacent
Okay.
as being close to or nearby without requiring the sharing of a common boundary. So that does appear to give some flexibility as to what that means.
Okay.
So I don't know, Ben, if you disagree, but that's.
So it could be at the
I would be
other
asking you
cross.
how to interpret that, because that definition made no sense to me, but that's fine.
But then,
Thank you, that
Thank
makes
you for
sense
the
to me.
but then we could interpret it. I don't know.
So it doesn't necessarily have the shared boundary at that point, but it could be nearby. And would we have the flexibility within a discussion on a preliminary site plan to say that it's a quarter mile down the road on a non-adjacent street, but we take that as to be adjacent? Is that something we could do at that point?
What about if it comes to be a big discussion, then it comes to planning board, and then we decide at that time? Sometimes we don't have to be as clear that for the staff, if it is ambiguous, then it can come in front of us, and we could make the final decision.
Well, ultimately, the hearing examiner has to, all the planning board does is give
Okay,
a similar letter of recommendation to the hearing
say
examiner.
hearing officer,
Well, they're going by the same law, correct?
They are, and I know from experience, I don't think the current hearing examiner's office would love this level of ambiguity. I think they like tying stuff down because they then get stuck in an impossible position. But if flexibility is the direction of the majority, then
Robert is shaking his head. I want Robert to say something. Go ahead, Robert.
For the record, Robert Cronenberg, I'm going to agree with Ben, because adjacency, someone's going to come in and they're going to pitch that, a mile down the road is adjacent. And we're going to have some problems. And I think the issue that is being, I guess, discussed here is if we brought it to the board or even to the hearing examiner, we've already reviewed a case and we've already kind of made a determination as staff. And I think you're kind of leading the applicant down a path that may not be, supportable. And that gives us a lot of angst, I think, as we try to make a decision and try and guide them. And it just it kicks the ball down the road and probably is not as helpful.
So what do you suggest?
Well, I actually agree with Ben that you need to have a very defined boundary. So if it's a quarter mile, we can measure that. And I think everyone comes in and they understand that a quarter mile is exactly what we're expecting.
Right.
So whatever it is, a quarter mile,
Yeah.
a mile, I
Yeah.
think you really need to stick with
I
a
would say,
defined.
yeah, quarter mile's a good walk, okay.
Go
All
for
right.
it, yeah.
Mr. Linden, you're great with a quarter mile?
Yeah, I think a quarter mile makes sense. And the only thing I would just add is when we go through these ETAs and when we think about zoning in general, I try to think I try to be forward thinking about kind of our goals in that process. And although, to Mr. Berbert's point, and I understand it, of course, that, there may not be infrastructure in place today to support kind of high level accessibility in some of these areas. I think we have to consider, in the future, the investment choices we make to support the goals that we have. And in that case, a quarter mile, even though it may not include that many more properties today, and even though there may not be adequate sidewalk facilities in all cases within a quarter mile, I think at least it provides some sort of framework to move forward for our investment choices to support this goal. So for that, and I think a quarter mile for me sounds fine. And I agree that clarity in that sense will make it easier for the applicant, make it easier for us, so we don't have to sort of negotiate this each time, and also make it easier for the hearing examiner.
Okay, and so the only last one here is the setback. So can you go over again the reason you recommended the 25-foot setback?
The biggest reason is just to be consistent with other similar uses in the code. And again, that similar use is the independent living facility for seniors. It has a 25-foot minimum setback from any property not adjacent. And again, as I sort of said earlier, my mind first went to, well, what about the height compatibility that the zoning code requires if this happened to be a by right mixed-use zone? And it actually creates a much bigger set of setbacks and height restrictions than this already would. And I'm trying to picture, I'm actually in this instance less worried about the estate zones because everything is spread apart. I'm more worried about the R60 zones in Down County, that you could have a 60-foot tall building. What is a reasonable setback from that? And I think part of it is case by case, and that's, again, part of what the conditional use is supposed to do. I'm just, at this point, it's trying to be consistent, that we already allow apartment building type buildings as conditional uses in residential zones. This is the standard we've sort of set as what works for a 60-foot multifamily building height as a conditional use. And it just seems to make sense to continue it, and that's why I ultimately recommended it.
Okay, so I would side with you. I mean, on this, you have more experience with the setbacks and trying to meet compatibility. And if
I just personally would prioritize flexibility of the site plan over compatibility on the setbacks. And so I argue for 20-foot setback only because I think that gives more flexibility to a particular site to seat their buildings, mass how they need to, get the appropriate number of units in there to make it pencil out. My concern is I think that is a higher priority in this case, is that than the compatibility. And it's a 5-foot difference, and I don't think in a practical place anybody would notice a difference in 5 feet on a compatibility on a setback, but it would, on just square footage terms, make fitting some sites easier.
Okay.
But if that's not the sense of the board, I'm fine with that.
okay. Yeah.
May I make a comment? I support the recommendation of the 25-foot setback. And the basis for my support is that it is consistent and it is not arbitrary. If we go to 20 feet, I would think it would be arbitrary and not consistent, as Mr. Berbert pointed out. And if it remains at 25 foot, it has my support. Thank you.
Okay.
I have the same. I support 25.
Okay, Mr. Linden,
I could,
Okay.
I could go either way.
Okay.
I support more flexibility. But if it's sort of if we're moving in the direction of what was just mentioned, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so this is where I would go. I'd like to have a recommendation to go with staff support as set forth here with the only changes in red. It seems like there is a general consensus on this. And do I have a motion for approval?
Yes.
It's a 25-foot setback. You're changing the quarter mile to the sites, and we're adding in the 4% low-income housing tax credit.
That 4% and 9%, right?
4% and 9%.
Any 4 and 9,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
make sure
yeah,
that
yes.
we're clear on that. Yeah, I would support then transmitting the comments to the council based on staff's recommendations and our edits here.
I second.
Any discussion, further discussion? Being no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. No opposed, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you for bringing this to us. We look forward to moving it on to the council and ultimately having more affordable housing in the county. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then start with number 7. Item 7 is review of the county executive's fiscal year 25 capital budget and fiscal year 24 to 30 capital improvement project transportation, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the county council. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, review of the county executive's fiscal year 25 capital budget and fiscal year 24 through 30 capital improvement plan for transportation, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the county council. This morning, we have Steve Aldrich from the planning staff to present. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, Steve Aldridge from Countywide Planning and Policy. I'm here today. This is one of my major things that I do every year, which is go through the county executive's recommended capital budget and capital improvements program for transportation and come to brief the planning board. So today I'm going to briefly talk about the county capital budget process and where we fit in. And then provide a summary of some of the key proposed changes in the recommended CIP, and particularly focused on transportation. But I do have a summary of just sort of the overall by broad categories. And then we'll look at some detailed transportation project impacts and some concerns. We then have some recommendations and some discussions. We do have, with the record, we have one correspondence that was provided, which I will talk about during the presentation, and we can certainly go to at the end of the presentation as well. It does concern a project that has a pretty large change in recommended budget by the county executive. And there is some, I would say, that recommended change does mesh pretty well with what's being what's being asked for in the comments. But I think there's some discussion that we can have regarding that. So the county budgeting process, capital improvements are programmed over a 6-year period. Currently, we're still in the 23 to 28 capital improvement program timeframe, and over the next several months, the county council will ultimately approve the new fiscal year 25 and 25 to 30 capital improvements program, typically in June. The county adopts a new CIP every 2 years. In the odd years, and I think I might have that wrong. I think I have that wrong. So it's actually the new CIP. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's right. So the new CIP is for fiscal year 25, and then the next year, which would be 26, would be an amendment. And it's a little weird that the CIP is a 6-year, the capital budget is a 2-year process. So that essentially means is that the 6-year CIP has the first 2 years of very solid numbers, and the rest are all sort of projections. And the way the process goes is that numbers tend to float every 2 years, sometimes even every year. So the county executive every year around January 15th, I think now we're getting closer to saying January 16th, presents his proposed recommended budget, and then we very quickly try to review this and get this to you folks to provide feedback to the county council. There is a scheduled meeting of the Transportation and Environment Committee on the 26th, of which we will be attending, and so we will be available to provide the planning board comments on this recommended budget. So the overall capital improvements program, this is really summarized from the information provided by the county executive. We're looking at a change from last year's approved budget, overall a 2.3% increase, but you'll notice that transportation shows a pretty sizable decrease, 4%. This is actually consistent with some of the messages I gave last year, where last year we had about an $87 million decrease between the previous year. So it is a decline in the transportation category, but in general, I think the county execs try to balance out other priorities within the county. You'll notice that the Park and Planning Commission maintains that overall status quo 2.3%, which is great. And then in some areas, some of the changes are quite different. So when you look at transportation by itself, you'll also see that, the 4% decrease is not uniform. You'll notice that bridges maintain at 2.3%, which is consistent with the overall budget increase, which is great because, state of maintenance is important. The highway maintenance budget actually goes up a little bit. The two places where budget decreases occur, one is in pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and the real big one is in the roads category. And that the reason for that pretty large leap is actually one project, which is the project of concern from the one comment we have, which is Observation Drive, which, again, I'll talk about in a little bit. On the screen, you'll see two pie charts, one that shows the 6-year CIP recommended in fiscal year 25 and the pie chart for fiscal year 24. And I do note that the pie chart presented in the staff report was an error. It actually was the budget allocation percentage-wise for the capital budget, not the CIP. So there's some slight differences in numbers, and my apologies for that error. They're only slightly different, but they are different. And here you can definitely see some of the changes, certainly the reduction in bike and peds from 19% to 16%, even overall the decrease in mass transit from 52 to 48, and the other way around, from 48 to 52, the increase, and the pretty significant change in roads from 6% to 1%. So some of the changes, again, it's a $72.2 million total decrease in transportation funding over the previous CIP. And there are some other changes that we'll talk about in a second. So the first one is that there are 10 projects that the county executive has added in his recommended budget. And some of these are, really to address rehabilitation needs of some existing bridges where the timeline for improvements has accelerated. Some of these are security cameras and parking garages. Certainly there's been some, justifiable concerns about, the ability to monitor, the existing PLDs and the parking lots that we have. So their budget's allocated for 3 different projects, one in Bethesda, one in Silver Spring, and one in Wheaton. There's an entirely new project that looks very similar to another project, but this one is for the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel. And the reason for this new project is essentially the county executive is breaking out the existing committed funds to complete the Capitol Crescent Trail in association with the Purple Line improvements. And this new project is identifying the program needs to complete the proposed trail tunnel and associated improvements at Elm Street Park that have been identified and have had some funding issues over the past several years, probably about 4 or 5 years. They're very high needs that have continuously been pushed to beyond the 6-year range. And we have yet to see a solution to this problem, and this recommended CIP is continuing that trend. And then final one in there is secure bike parking facilities in Silver Spring and Bethesda, a separate project. So when we looked at the breakdown of the different projects in the county, the first thing we did is looked at projects with recommended CIP increases. And here are 6 notable projects that we sort of wanted to highlight. Significant increases. The biggest one is to the ride-on bus fleet. And a couple surprising ones, I would say, Falls Road Bikeway is a project that has been around for close to 20 years. And the council at different stages has either pushed it or pulled it back in, recognizing that it is from a regional perspective, it certainly could have a lot of potential for, I would say, recreational use. But in this go-around, it is a facility that's being promoted pretty heavily compared to previous CIPs. Other projects that are included, the Bowie Mill Bikeway, that's a project that has a lot of funding support through the state delegation, and it recently just went through mandatory referral. So it's a project that we all want to see advance pretty quickly. And then
Quick
certainly,
question here. So the beyond 6 years, the negative amount, meaning that it's going to be done now. Is that what?
yeah, in
or
most cases that means that the funds are being accelerated, or in some cases the cost may have reduced.
Okay, thank you.
It isn't always quite obvious exactly which one is which.
These are in the millions of dollars, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. The title should have that in there, but yes, I think it says it in the staff report. So my apologies there. Fenton Street Cycle Track is a great project that is moving forward pretty rapidly, and we were actually pleased to see this project on the timeline it is on now. And then the last one, Forest Glen Passageway, as you can see, this one is really proposed to experience a delay, but the project overall increased, and some of that I think was due to improved engineering and estimates of what it would actually cost to build. But it is programmed to be, with this recommended CIP, to be completed in 2030. We also have some projects that are proposed to have some significant delays. The first one is, as I mentioned, the new project, the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel. I think it's been a challenge that the council has been able to really sort of navigate. It's a very expensive project, and with all the other priorities in the county, there was always attempts, especially through reconciliation every year that the county tries to work towards, to try to figure out how to fit this project in. I think right now, we've been going through this process trying to fit something in for the last 5 years, and I think they're pretty much saying, right now, it's not a priority. It would be something that we would love to have. It's always been, I guess, an ideally a priority, but when it comes to working out the numbers, it just doesn't seem to work. A major change in the county exec's budget is the Observation Drive project. This project right now is funded for 35% design. And I'm sorry, this project is funded for phase 1 only. And what this recommended budget is doing is extending or delaying the project significantly for phase 1. It doesn't address phase 2, but it is, it is slowing down the project. In previous years, the planning board did make comments about the upcoming Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. And I know planning staff had actually, we were expecting to get a mandatory referral for the Observation Drive Phase 1 project this month. And that has been sort of taken back. They still have quite a lot of their budget to spend to get to the point where they would be willing to do things like right-of-way acquisition, et cetera, which is in their budget for phase 1. But I think they realize that, well, one, the county executive now is proposing a change of direction. And I think until the budget is finally approved, they have decided to put their mandatory referral plans on hold because, what the planning board would provide comments on could change as a result of the sector plan and as a result of work that's done in phase 2. So it's important, the delay is extremely important, and I think they recognize that. I think it's just a question of, when do you actually come back with what you call 35% plans, and is there going to need to be some redo of that phase 1 work? And I think there might be. It would have been more efficient to slow the project maybe a year ago but that's not what happened. Some other projects that are,
Just like, I'm sorry to interrupt.
yeah, no problem.
I was curious. They're maintaining a third of a million for FY20. What are they getting with that? And why are they retaining that little piece? Like, I'm just curious as to why that's sticking in there.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you.
Okay,
Yeah.
just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they have a consultant team working on it, so they would likely continue to work on some of the design elements. You know, one of the points that I think that planning staff made was, you know, the road as envisioned is a very wide road, and with the sector plan, it could not be a very wide road. It could be much narrower, and that would reduce the impacts, reduce the amount of work that you need to do. Their position was, this is what we're scoped to do. We have a contract, we need to do it. Yeah. Other projects that are showing some pretty significant delays with the county exec's budget, one is the Summit Avenue Extension project, which is a project that I would say from an improvements perspective is not expensive. It's an expensive project from a land acquisition perspective. In Kensington, this is a really great connection to really help improve the grid of streets, but it requires some pretty expensive properties to be acquired. And then the last two projects on the list that are shown with delays, one is Bradley Boulevard. This is a bikeway and ped improvement project. This road has some drainage issues. It's a little expensive, but you know, they are proceeding with the work now. This would slow the work down significantly and push a lot of it towards, at least towards the design out beyond 6 years. And the other project, which you've already seen last year, the Tuckerman Lane Sidewalk project came in for mandatory referral. And this project, again, would be slowed down for implementation beyond the 6-year timeframe. So one thing I want to mention is that really any project that is in the program, we've mapped. And so it sort of shows up in the screen. I think we provided the link in the staff report, but we can certainly zoom in and talk about any particular project if you have any questions. And we have essentially a ArcGIS website that we set up to look at that. And I will go to that in a couple seconds just to show you how it works. We did set it up for a couple things, major projects that were in the, major projects that were in the planning board's priority list, major projects not in the planning board's priority list, and then major project-related transportation concerns not addressed in the CIP. And we talked about that in particular in the staff report. And just before I get to that, I did want to talk about Observation Drive. In particular, we do have some correspondence that we can talk about a little later. But they provided a pretty nice graphic that really shows phase 2 of the planned project. And you know, one of the things that the the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan would be looking at is how do you extend Observation Drive? Is there potential for an alternative alignment? And in this graphic, an alternative alignment that could be possible is shown in orange. Which would connect Observation Drive to Gateway Center Drive. And that's something that has been discussed internally, but has not gone through a master planning process and would need to be looked at in quite a lot of detail. And so what you'll notice, and I'm just going to, phase 1 of the project is what you see in blue on the screen. And it actually continues south to, I think it's Waters Discovery Lane, across the creek, and the area of Little Seneca Parkway that is to the right of the blue area, that's already in place. And so the project includes both improvements on Little Seneca Parkway for a short little section and crossing the creek, and then a short little section of the proposed Observation Drive, again, crossing the creek again. And so, the difference between Phase 1 and Phase 2, where those two roads meet could be in different locations, really depending on Phase 2 decisions. And so there is a lot of concern about finalizing and especially bringing this to mandatory referral in front of the board until, we have really more a firm planning focus on where it should be. I will also mention that in the drawing, there's an extension of Little Seneca Parkway. This is not in Phase 1 or Phase 2. This would potentially be part of an interchange improvement with 270 or not. And that really hasn't been figured out. The interchange connection, which is, is going to be discussed within the Gateway Sector, the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, could involve an interchange at 270 at either the extended Little Seneca Parkway or at West Old Baltimore.
Just tell you that I have a very hard time to follow this map. If you put it on the, the Google map, then we know what is what. I'm not familiar with this place, so I don't know really what you're talking about, just to tell you that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think what I can do to address that concern is I could take a quick trip to Google Maps, if that's all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Possibly, yeah. All right. So the area that we're talking about, and you can see Observation Drive here at the bottom of the screen. In, I guess what I would call that sort of Germantown, in the Milestone area, and it ends right at Waters Discovery Lane in this area. And the project was to provide the connection across Little Seneca Creek up to West Old Baltimore, and then continue the road further north up to a connection with an extended Little Seneca Parkway, which you can see Little Seneca Parkway comes across, and it was master planned with a connection essentially that went from here to here. And so the issue really is, where does this road connection and this intersection occur within this general area? And without further work on Phase 2. And then the other one is that the current alignment is shown for Observation Drive would take it up along this path through here. And Gateway Center Drive is a road that exists here, right near ComSat. And so the orange line that was shown in the other graphic essentially would be a potential road that would relocate Observation Drive to this alignment, sort of going along the fringes of ComSat and then connecting back down. One advantage of that is that this is all a watershed. And it could have some significant reductions in environmental impacts. And again, that's something that the sector plan can look at a little bit, but also I think in terms of what is the best future alignment for Phase 2.
Do we have the right of way?
We have the right of way for, I believe actually the question, I think the answer is no.
Then it's open then,
Yeah.
Because if we had the right of way, so okay, then that sort of helps because you don't have to spend a lot of money to buy land. But
We would have to spend a lot of money to buy land.
okay.
All right, so And thank you for that comment. If there's ever anything not clear, I'm happy to go back. What
I
will-
really appreciate. Now I
Yeah.
understand. Thank you.
No problem. So what I'm going to do right now is go to our map. And I would have shown you the map, but let me see. Unfortunately, our map doesn't show aerials. Otherwise, I would have gone to that. So what we have done is we've mapped all the recommended transportation improvements, and we've tried to really identify projects that were on the planning board's priority list that was made last year, and whether those are recommended to move forward. And as you can sort of see on the side where you can pick individual projects, several of the projects that are moving forward, including the Fenton Street Cycle Track, Forest Glen Passageway, are on the planning board's priority list. The trail tunnel, which a new budget's being provided for, but it's being pushed outside the CIP, is also on the planning board's priority list. It's really not being advanced. It's being pushed outside the 6-year CIP. There are many other projects on this, some of which are very important to the county in general, and I'll highlight a couple. The 355 Central project is a very important project and has some projected, some pretty tremendous state and federal aid to help build. Veers Mill, another project with similar opportunities and similar priorities. And both of these projects are projected to be built within this current new CIP. Observation Drive, again, this is also a project that's on the planning board's priority list from last year. It's a little different because I think we do have an active sector plan, and there are a lot of concerns that we want to make sure that decisions are made on a timely basis. We don't want to have to redo work. So I think there's some concerns about the timing of the phase 1 part of the project more than the phase 2. The phase 2 is already sort of on hold.
Mr. Aldridge, could you describe the Fenton Street Cycle Track? Is that
Certainly.
Remind me what that is.
All right, so the Fenton Street Cycle Track, and I believe this is the project. It is a pretty continuous separated bike lane project that would run from essentially the old MNC PPC building along Fenton Street, across Cameron, across Colesville Road, Wayne Avenue, and then all the way down to essentially Montgomery College. That, I believe, came to the planning board a couple of years ago. And a very aggressive project, and it's a lot of constraints, but it is a project that's moving forward, and we think will have a lot of great connectivity benefits, including connections to the Metropolitan Branch Trail as well, and sort of improving flow through downtown Silver Spring for bicycles.
Thank you.
Sure. And there's a series of others. Another one I want to talk about is the US 29 Bicycle and Pedestrian Bicycle Improvements Project. This is sort of a follow-on from the US 29 BRT projects. And the study is actually getting close to completion. Right now, it was funded for completion within, I believe it's the next couple years. Already there's been a lot of concerns. I'll mention I'm a member of the Pedestrian Bicycle Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. There's been concerns that the outputs of the study didn't go far enough. And I know that that conversation at that committee is going to continue, but I think from a planning staff level, I think we concur that there are a lot more building blocks that could be added to expand this project. or to add projects in this area to improve bicycle and pedestrian connectivity. There are a lot of challenges on this corridor, I would say, especially for pedestrians. The sidewalks that exist are not very wide. Many have no buffers. So there's, theoretically, you could have an endless budget to improve this. And we're not advocating that, but we're advocating that more effort be placed in within the next 6-year period and maybe even beyond to really help, help improve and really more, help make the 29 BRT more effective. A couple other things that that I want to share. We identified a couple, I guess I would call them transportation concerns. And some of them are related to equity. So I'll go through a couple items. One, in the staff report, we had talked about the lack of funding for a particular BIPA project, and this is a project that the planning staff has identified pretty much, I would say, the last 3-4 years, which is the Aspen Hill BIPA. A lot of pretty horrific crashes have occurred in this area, one related to a bus stop. And while this area was designated within the past couple years, there's not a specific PDF or project that has been allocated for this area. We continue to maintain that this is a very important one that needs to be funded. So that's one. The other thing worth mentioning is we looked at priority bikeways in equity focus areas, and we identified, hold on a second. We identified several projects, and I think I might have to turn some of them off. Yeah. We identified several projects which are shown in sort of a blue, including Broad Birch Drive, bikeway connection, Castle Boulevard, and Montgomery Village. And Montgomery Village, we think, is a really important project because there's lots of redevelopment potential with the Lake Forest Mall development. And then, that's in Gaithersburg. And then you go north, Montgomery Village, it certainly is a corridor that really should have improved bike and ped facilities. So we think it's a very important one that needs to be prioritized. We then also have some recommendations about priority bicycle parking, places where bicycle parking provisions really need to be improved. We highlighted in the staff report a series of schools, and they're really shown on the map. And as you can see, they are spread out around the county. I would say if you look at it compared to equity, it's not necessarily an equity-focused recommendation. It's really more a sufficiency-based recommendation.
And if I can just jump in for 1 second, so David Ansbacher, a lot of the recommendations that Steve was just talking about, the bikeways, the bike parking, that's coming directly from the Bicycle Master Plan monitoring report that you all reviewed last year. So we're trying to do these monitoring reports to help us determine, are we meeting the vision and goals of these plans, and in locations where we feel like there's maybe some correction is needed, we're making those recommendations in the monitoring report and then reiterating them when we review the capital budget.
All right. I'm going to go back to the presentation, and I'm happy to go back to that map if you have any other questions about other particular projects. So some of the next slides are really going to talk to some of the things that I just demonstrated. I wish I could split screen this, so I apologize. Some of this is a little repetitive. The bikeways and equity focus areas was one concern that we identified in the staff report, and hopefully I demonstrated those adequately. Another thing that we've made this recommendation in previous years, sort of a concern that there needs to be a funding program that's focused on systemic improvements on the roadway network to address crash risks identified in the predictive safety analysis study. Some of these are, sort of some general countermeasures that have proven crash effectiveness benefits, and programmatically could be included in MCDOT's work program to put together a level of effort improvements to do spot safety treatments. They're not individual CIP projects, but I think that was one of a series of recommendations from the predictive safety analysis was the benefits of trying to be proactive. Again, some of the other things that I just presented previously: bicycle parking in public schools, the bicycle parking station at the Glenmont Metro Station, which is a specific need, and then the concern about the Aspen Hill BIPA funding.
Can
Additional.
I just ask you a question in regard to the schools? They also had a sidewalk program for schools. I know that there are some schools that I have heard from some people that talk to me that it makes so much sense and easy to do, and it still takes them 1 or 2 years maybe to do that. I think if they have the right of way, they can just do it, sidewalk. I do not know what is the program and why the delay is there. Is funding or something, do you know?
I don't know. I can look into it and get back to you, but I do know that funding for sidewalks are funded through several programs. One, there is a countywide a sidewalk improvement program, and that is done throughout the county. There also is a very specific transportation improvements around schools. And also, there's an operational program. Montgomery County DOT sort of has a Safe to School program, and they develop proposed transportation improvements around school sites, and some of that is coordinated with the Vision Zero program as well. So some of those quick fixes are actually.
Do they have enough funding in those?
I honestly, I can't speak to that. If you're hearing from your constituents, then the answer probably is no, and there's probably never enough money in those funding sources. One of the things that DOT has tried to do is that when they look at all these different kinds of issues, when they do roadway maintenance in neighborhoods, they try to implement some of these types of improvements. So if it's a short little sidewalk section, or it's improving crosswalks in certain areas and crosswalk ramps, they pulled those into maintenance projects. And then they continue. I think that they will continue to do that. But this is an area in general that could receive significant funding if there were places to get that from.
If you could go back a slide.
Sure.
One comment that we've made repeatedly over the years is this bicycle parking at public schools comment. Our staff has surveyed all the schools, libraries, rec centers, over 200 sites, and we've put together a comprehensive assessment. It's a big list. Over 8,000 bike racks are needed at our schools, libraries, and rec centers. That can't all happen at once. In the past, we've said, we need this big program to address the need overall. We're trying to be more targeted this year. And actually, we presented to the T&E committee on Monday this same recommendation, because it came out of the Bicycle Master Plan monitoring report, and they were very supportive of it. But it does take getting this recommendation into Montgomery County Public Schools budget to advance. And so the T&E committee, during that hearing, suggested that they hold a joint committee hearing with the Education and Culture Committee to start to make some advancement on this.
So are these, because that was my question, are they a school property? If they're their school property, then DOT cannot do it on their property.
That's correct. It's school property, and Montgomery County Public Schools has to do it.
Oh, okay. So why is it in counties CIP than not a school CIP? Because we do review a school CIP also, correct?
It's a very good point. You're going to see the school CIP next week. You're going to see the same comment. I think we think of this as a transportation issue. We like to bring it to the attention of the T&E committee because they're very supportive of this recommendation. But you're right, it is ultimately
Yeah, because
the
they
school's
cannot do
budget.
anything about this. So you may want to say that this is just for a reminder. Yeah. Or, I don't know.
Okay, a couple more items that were identified in the staff report. The first one is protected crossing spacing. And, you know, the planning staff felt like that there needs to be continued or increased funding support in some of our existing level of effort projects, such as traffic signals, to fill in the gaps in the protected crossing network, including some specific locations that were identified in the 2030 travel monitoring report, which was included as an attachment with our staff report. And then in addition, a couple of the projects that we would like to see continue have to do with the Thrive Montgomery and the concept of grid of streets. A more connected street grid, it's probably one of the most important steps to make our streets safer, more attractive for walking, biking, and rolling, and to reconnect communities divided by highways. And so two projects are really highlighted. One is North High Street, which is in Olney, and the other one is Summit Avenue Extension in Kensington. So we have a series of 8 recommendations for your consideration. And many of these I've talked about before, so I'm not going to read these lines specifically, but the first one, and probably the most important one from staff level, is continued funding and maybe an accelerated project schedule for the US 29 ped and bike improvements. Seriously, just more work needs to be done, and there's some projects that have been identified through the bicycle monitoring report that could be added to enhance the connectivity of bicycles and pedestrians to the US 29 Flash BRT service. The second one is the Montgomery Village Avenue Bikeway, and as I mentioned previously, with the redevelopment of Lake Forest Mall, there's some great connectivity for the Montgomery Village Avenue corridor that could be hastened. The third item is the bike parking recommendations that we mentioned. The fourth recommendation is the initiating a funding program for systemic safety. The fifth one is bicycle parking at Glenmont Station. Sixth recommendation is funding a new project for the Aspen Hill BIPA to really highlight the increased concern about safety in the Aspen Hill area. Recommendation 7 is continue to increase funding support for really sort of more protected crossings throughout the county as needed. We've seen some really positive things going on in the county. I know SHA built a protected crossing down in the Tacoma Park Langley area in Hyattsville, and they have plans to build more. So it's great to see our state partners doing that work as well. And then the final one, again, is the Grid of Streets, which is really advocating advancing 2 projects that may not have as much funding or support for right now, which is North High Street and Summit Avenue Extension. And with that, that's my presentation.
Could you explain number 4 that we are requesting to create a new CIP for improving the risks identified with the predictive safety analysis? I don't remember. I know that you brought it for us, but I don't remember the projects. Are they result of the project could be in some of the existing CIPs that they already have? And maybe you should rather, I don't know, because it's very hard to create a new fund CIP.
Yes.
But if you really want to see a result, you may want to have those specific projects that you have and targeted that in which CIP they should be included. That's much easier to do than this. and
I
you
think we
get
could,
a
we could
result.
definitely modify the language to that. I mean, the idea is that we do have existing CIP projects, level of effort projects.
Yeah.
Focused on improving safety.
Yeah, you could just put it in that.
We just want more of a priority on these type of improvements because they have essentially proven crash effectiveness. And they can be simple projects. We're not identifying specific locations, we're identifying, improvement types. And it would be for DOT to focus on addressing those within the county, especially at places where there is,
So maybe you want to refine the language.
yeah.
So, for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, I don't think this board has actually seen the results of the predictive safety analysis, and that's something that we can always schedule to get before you. It was done a couple of years ago, and it really took a look at the conditions or characteristics of streets and intersections that contribute to crash risk. And so, not just looking at where looking at where crashes have occurred and what the characteristics of those streets and those intersections are like to then predict where crashes may occur or are likely to occur, where there's a risk of them occurring because they've got similar conditions and characteristics. And so, there are recommendations that come from that to make these systemic changes that aren't tied to necessarily a particular project, but to say things like, no turn on red or other things that can be done comprehensively across large areas. And so those are the types of recommendations in there. And I believe, if I remember correctly, the current council president was interested in potentially establishing a fund that could be used that DOT could access to be able to implement some of these more systemic changes. And so this is kind of, in some ways, just tapping into what has been expressed previously by certain council members as a potential option for DOT.
And in an attachment to the staff report, which I'm showing on the screen now, there was a very long list of potential intersections where improvements could be made. Some of them are state intersections, many of them are county intersections. And, it was identified by issue.
Yeah.
So just this one, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
Just that one. County has a CIP project, intersection improvement, right there. I think, I understand that this was in response to, some requests that has been made. I think that the intent was that to make sure that we have priority that make this done. And I think that you could actually achieve that intent much faster if you identify that this tool exists, is identified, and prioritize the project. And many of them could be, prioritized within
Right.
the existing CIP. I don't know how you want to put the language, but if you want to make it happen, that's much faster. I'm just saying.
All right, thank you. We will come up with revised wording, which we'll put in the letter, and I think the focus will be more on prioritizing the efforts as opposed to a program. Any other questions?
I have no other questions. Any other from the board members?
What?
No, I just wanted to clarify, and I think Jason did, that this is basically creating a pot of money to do stuff that we all know works on Vision Zero and pedestrian safety and
Right.
bypass. So separating the sidewalks, putting a bump out, right on red, removing slip lanes, putting an island, all that kind of stuff that we know works and we don't really need to study it at each individual effort. I mean, I like the concept that there is a pot of money there that this needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed here, and we can just do it. Like, I at least, I think appreciate the concept of where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Like,
One thing I'll note, during the BIPA programs discussion at the council, they created specific area-focused BIPA programs because the concern, and I think at the time it was from Councilmember Hans Remer, was we want the work done in these specific areas. The only way to ensure that is to actually have a very focused PDF
Yeah.
that would achieve that. And so that's, I think, sort of where we started with in the beginning, which is if it's just in 2 or 3 or 4 level of effort programs, it could get lost and not get implemented and not be prioritized to the extent possible. We just want to make sure that it's prioritized.
I mean, I think that, not to disagree with Commissioner Petter, but I think that's the key, is the prioritizing of establishing whatever the safety measures are necessary at these intersections without having to go through specific to that, but that known safety measures can be prioritized and implemented quickly. Whatever we get to that, I'm good with.
Okay, so if there are no other questions or comments,
We do have
Okay.
the correspondence. I don't know if we want to go back and talk
yeah,
about.
please do.
Okay, certainly. So what I will share is we received one comment letter for this award item. It was a letter, cover letter from Mr. Stephen Robbins from Lurch Early Brewer, representing his client, which is Mr. Bob Elliott. And they also included his request letter from Lantian Development concerning the Observation Drive extension and proposed Phase 1 design timing. And, a lot of what we've discussed today, I think, sort of really hit on that, which is just that, that project maybe was going a little too fast. And, sometimes I think there's a tendency when you get an item in the CIP and you have a budget and you're managing that project from the engineering side, you want to get it done. Because if you don't get it done, it's going to cost more money. So the minute these things get programmed, there's very much the push from the DOT to move it forward to its logical conclusion. And then if there's, when they get to 35%, if there's some modifications, there's some modifications. Now, ultimately, that viewpoint probably results in having to spend slightly more money because you may come to a conclusion at 35% that gets changed when you start looking at the second phase of this project. So, and that's why I know from the planning staff perspective, we were advising DOT, please slow down or please start looking at options that don't look at the full impact for an early part of this project. Maybe part of the road could be built instead of all of the road, especially if it saves some environmental impacts. I think this was very well described in terms of the concerns of slowing the project down to, mesh better with the sector planning process. And the impacts on Phase 1, it looks like at least so far, the county executive recognizes that and has, proposed slowing some elements of the project down. I did look back at the budget. Some of the costs in the current Observation Drive project budget do include a right-of-way acquisition, and those are costs that we likely would not want to be spent now, certainly at all. So, I think I think even the county exec's budget isn't right now totally in mesh with this. You probably could divert more funds to slow the project almost to a halt. And we know that DOT right now does not plan on coming in for mandatory referral. They probably would want to wrap their project to a solid state. They can't immediately stop. They have to get to a point where they've completed all their analyses. But I have a feeling that that's actually where they're going so far. So,
I just have a comment in that regard. I don't believe that they're going to do any acquisition at this stage. It never happens at this stage. Not knowing that what DOT, because that's what I used to do, okay? So not knowing that what is included in the 35% scope, we don't know that why the decision is being made by DOT, that knowing that things may change in future, they still feel comfortable that to continue. But I do not know that sometimes if we definitely know that it's going to be a big change and you have a contract for 35%, there is always an option of amending contract and reducing the scope and continue to get to the 35% with the scope that you believe that is more realistic than the previous one. It's just a suggestion. I have no idea what DOT is, but I'm sure that they have a reason that they are continuing.
Yeah.
Great. One second. So we're running out of time here. So please continue, but maybe in your recommendation,
Right,
you'll
so-
just say.
So potentially, we could add a recommendation, which would be recommendation 9, which would be that advise that the county slow down the progression of Phase 1 to make sure that it meshes better with the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan.
Or maybe you could say that I'd be advised to look into the feasibility of slowing down.
Okay.
Yep, it's just they should consider the observation drive, the location, this document by Lantium in regards to the Clarksburg plan coming up and that there may potentially be changes. So just whatever you want to, but yes, in general. Any other recommendations you have?
I think that's it.
Okay. So can someone make a motion to transmit the comments to the council consistent with the comments contained in the planning board staff report in addition to the last comment made?
Yeah, I'll move to transmit the comments to the county council consistent with the staff report and our discussion here.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we're running behind, so we'll just take a 2-minute break, and we'll start with item number 8, Village at Cabin Branch, site number 820015D, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Village of Cabot Branch, site number 820015D, public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning we have Ms. Emery Jones presenting, and I think, is it for the first time or multiple times? I don't know.
Yes, I'm actually going to take a moment to introduce Amori Jones. She's an intern from the University of Maryland that's with us for this entire year, well, school year, so starting in September until the end of the school year. And we're very pleased. This is her first presentation to the planning board. So,
Well, congratulations and
Amori.
welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Amori Jones, intern with the Up County Planning Division. This is agenda item 8, Village at Cabin Branch, site plan amendment number 82020015D. Staff recommends approval with conditions to the site plan amendment to allow the modification of development triggers associated with the delivery of non-residential buildings while maintaining the construction schedule for residential units. The subject property is located east of Cabin Branch Avenue, north of West Old Baltimore Road, and to the east of the subject property is I-270, which separates it from the ComSat property. North of this property is the Cabin Branch Premium Outlets, and north of that is 10 Mile Creek Park. And south of the property is Black Hill Regional Park. The subject property is a total of 69.54 acres and is part of the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hightstown Special Study Area. The subject property is also split between a Phase 1, which is in the purple outline, and a Phase 2 in the red solid line outline. This property is currently zoned CRT, but we will be reviewing it under the MXPD zone. Just for orientation purposes, north is now to the left. In the red dotted line is Phase 1, and the solid black line is Phase 2. Both are currently being constructed. In the various shades of orange is the residential units. In the lighter blue is the recreational facilities. In the red is the commercial buildings, and the purple is the daycare facility. Staff has not received any correspondence with the community regarding this application. The applicant would like to amend condition numbers 6, 20, and 22 to modify the development triggers associated with delivery of the non-residential buildings. For condition 6B, the applicant would like for the building permit triggers to change from the 204th to the 228th in regards to the use and occupancy certificate associated with the clubhouse, the fitness building, the associated recreational facilities, and the open space. On the picture to the right, in the red box, is the clubhouse building. As you can see, it is currently under construction. The applicant would also like for the planning associated with these facilities and open spaces to be completed within 6 months or in the next growing season. For condition 20A, the applicant would like for the building permit trigger to be changed from the 168th to the 228th in regards to the use and occupancy certificate for the smaller non-residential building on Skimmer Street. To the right, you can see the construction of that building is happening now. For condition 20B, the applicant would like for the building permit trigger to be changed from the 204th to the 228th in regards to the use and occupancy certificate for the larger non-residential building located on Little Seneca Parkway. For condition 20C, the applicant would like to fully remove the building permit trigger associated with the daycare facility. For condition 22B, the applicant has already fulfilled the first half of this condition associated with the daycare building permit and obtaining the construction, with the bond for the construction of the Lake Ridge Drive. On the right, you can see an image of Lake Ridge Drive is currently being constructed. For the second half of condition 22B, the applicant would like for Lake Ridge Drive to be fully constructed and open to traffic with the approval of MCDOT and MCDPS before getting the use and occupancy permit for the daycare facility.
Could you explain that why all of these triggers are being changed? Because I was trying to, is it for continuity of construction or?
Yes.
And I think that usually these triggers are there to make sure that they're being done. He's fixing my computer. That's okay. So I was trying to figure out that, is it to the best of the public that we change these triggers?
For the record, Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor with Up County Team. Correct. Those triggers are in place to ensure that the amenities and facilities as well as the non-residential buildings are delivered together with the rest of the project. And while the applicant is asking to delay them slightly by a few more residential building permits, they have showed a considerable progress in the delivery and construction of the non-residential buildings, as well as the clubhouse is well under construction. I think it's almost done. And the applicant is here today. They can provide the latest and greatest updates even after the staff report was posted. I understand that there's more updates that they'll be sharing with you today.
So you're saying that all the improvements that were the reason for the triggers is already under construction? Is that what?
At different stages of construction or obtaining building permits for the construction of those facilities. And the reason for pushing those triggers is so that the delivery of the residential units construction can keep up with the construction schedule. The applicant has explained that there's still very high demand for housing, and in order to keep up with that demand, they would like to continue construction rather than stopping and putting it on hold for this other buildings.
Yes, I understand, but there are still some triggers left to make sure that all of the requirements are being met?
Yes.
Okay.
Staff finds that the applicant has conformed to the development plan amendment, has provided safe and adequate public facilities, has complied with all the requirements of green area and open space, and has met all the requirements of the MXPD zone. In conclusion, staff recommends approval with conditions of the site plan amendment number 820200015D. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation or just respond to the board's comments?
I'd like to make a few.
Okay, yes, please do. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Harris, members of the board. Thank you, Chairman Harris, members of the board. I'm Steve Nardella with the Classic Group. We're developing the Village at Cabin Branch. I am here to accept the recommendations of staff, and we thank them for their due consideration of our application. We're here today because the Village at Cabin Branch has been a top performer in sales and starts in Montgomery County through 2023. It's a senior housing project. It's fairly unique in the county, where we're delivering condominiums, townhouse villas, and elevator townhomes. In fact, in the last quarter of 2023, the Village at Cabin Branch delivered the most homes of any project of any type in Montgomery County. So we, despite that, we've had to stop our builders or slow them down because we hadn't met some of the initial triggers that were contained in the original approval. With this, revisions to our triggers and the amended conditions, we're able to keep the residential process and building and starts going. And in fact, addressing each of these comments, we have received use and occupancy permits for our clubhouse and fitness center. There's some site work to complete, and we've presented some ideas to staff that they are considering for some of the outdoor amenities. And you may see that in the future. The first trigger was the small commercial building on Skimmer, and that is now under roof and getting ready for close-in. We expect it to be completed with a shell use and occupancy permit by the end of May. We are having some challenges with electrical equipment, and this is a challenge across the industry for commercial buildings in particular. The larger commercial building is in framing and moving to get under roof very shortly. It's supposed to be completed as well by the end of May, early June, if the electrical equipment is delivered on time. The building permit revisions to allow us to keep going on the residential development portion should accommodate our needs so that we don't have to come back here again. Removing a trigger on the daycare was very important to us because it's a much larger structure. We do have a construction schedule on it, but as of February 12th, the construction crews have mobilized on site. So it is under construction and financing is in place. So all these things are in progress. They took longer than we expected to start and will take a little longer than we expected to complete. And we didn't want to interrupt the momentum and progress we're making with home sellers. You should also know that all of the amenities are under a bond with park and planning and maintenance agreement. So bonds are posted on all the site work that in the amenity areas, private alleys, streetlights, landscaping, things like that. So they are secured for completion.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Could you just go, when do you plan to complete the clubhouse and when do you plan to complete the daycare? Just an estimate.
The fitness center is scheduled to actually open by the end of March.
Mm-hmm.
The clubhouse is complete. The site work is not. We're anticipating opening that in September as more homes settle. Mm-hmm. There's plenty under construction and started, but only about 107 have settled, and we would like to have about 140 to 150 settled to support the cost of the clubhouse. The daycare, if things go as anticipated and planned, it started here early in February. It should be done by October. And at that time, we're required to have Lake Ridge Drive open to traffic, which makes sense. We're not going to open it to traffic until it's ready. But all the construction permits have been issued, and the exhibits showed that it's about 60% base paved to provide access to the daycare facility for its construction crews.
Great. So when do you think you'll hit these triggers?
We're roughly at 170 permits right now. Our builders tell us that they'll start all but the last 12 that we're conditioned on by July or August of this year.
Okay, great. So I feel that, you're making great progress. There are delays because of, they're
beyond our control.
All the work, the final work is under construction, or pulling their bonds to protect in case, they don't get it completed. So I would be in favor of them, of approving this with the conditions that the staff had, but I'd love to hear other board members' comments or questions. Is Josh on, Mr. Hedger, Mr. Linden?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, okay. Any comments, questions, or?
No comments. Thanks for the presentation and the helpful explanations.
Mr. Bartley?
I do have a question. You mentioned senior housing.
Yes.
Okay. And so I find it interesting that this is largely senior housing and there's a daycare trigger with regards to it. And then do you see a trend in housing purchases? And I understand the connection between closing settlements of the houses and then having funding availability. Do you see an uptick in housing purchases or a cooling off? And that's my only question. Thanks.
In our experience, it's been steady. And the active adult, we're active adult 55 plus. They are far less dependent on mortgage interest rates. They're bringing a lot of cash from the homes that they're selling. They're following kids and grandkids, and we anticipated that. We are actually bringing a lot of people from outside of the county and the state back to Montgomery County because their kids and grandkids are here. The daycare is a facility that is something that broader Cabin Branch was interested in. When we first started up here, we met with their board of directors, and people were leaving Clarksburg to go find childcare. And we did some work with the Learning Care Group, Everbrook Academy, previously. And so we anticipate there is a synergy between kids, grandkids, and the people buying our homes. We are in the process of completing a large master plan active adult community in Anne Arundel County, and it's a mix of both senior housing and market rate housing, and it's just been a really good dynamic in our experience.
That's very innovative. Thanks for sharing and informing me. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Before we wrap up here, just quick.
Pardon me?
Before we wrap up here, can staff put up the site plan again? Just show where the where the clubhouse is, where the general main amenities. I know you're talking to the community about some of the green space, whatever, how the program. I hear that in order to finalize a design for that, you've been talking to the community.
Yes, so the space that we are talking about is right behind the clubhouse, and we're going to point it in a minute. That's the open space area that I understand the community, the residents have given feedback to the applicant, and the applicant is trying to incorporate some of that feedback in the design and the amenities being provided. So those updates are going to be reflected in a future amendment to this application that I believe it's now in intake.
It is. It has been submitted.
Okay, it's been submitted, not accepted yet, so staff will be reviewing that with the applicant soon as a director level amendment.
Great. And you?
Could you show the senior housing and the clubhouse here?
Excuse me? The clubhouse is the blue building next to the oval.
And that is complete.
In the central part of this community.
If I may, we're proposing to, so there's pickleball, dog park, bocce, and community garden. We're proposing, if I'm allowed to speak on this, we're proposing to add another pickleball court and a third pickleball court and a second bocce ball court, and change the village green area and terraces behind it to try to make everything fit.
Okay.
Pickleball is a big growing sport across the nation.
All of this housing is over 55?
Everything's 55 plus, including the apartment building south of Little Seneca, and that's actually 125 units of moderately priced dwelling unit, senior housing,
Great.
rental housing.
And you have a provider for the daycare? You have-
Yes, we have a lease, and they're anxious to have us get it built.
Okay, great. So if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the amendment.
I second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Anne-Marie Jones, for presenting today. We really appreciate it. And good luck in school.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break and do our last item. 1 minute break. Okay. Item number 11, state legislative updates. So thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, State Legislative Update, where our General Counsel, Ms. Borden, will present 3 items that she'd like to discuss with us. Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Borden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Deborah Borden, General Counsel, for the record. Yeah, we have 3 bills for you. It's just a briefing on these 3 bills. We're not asking to take a position on them, and I'll explain why as I go through each bill. So the first bill is HB 805, cross-filed as SB 537. It's cannabis licensee locations. So the bill would seek to instruct and limit local jurisdictions on how they can regulate cannabis licensees via zoning. So across the state, not just in Montgomery and Prince George's counties, but across the state, the counties have turned to locational requirements as a method of determining where certain cannabis businesses may be located. So the different cannabis uses are, of course, growers, processors, and dispensaries. And each of the zoning ordinances in just about every county has sought to restrict those uses based on things like proximity to parks and schools and churches. And so this bill is coming in from the state to say that those locational requirements are going to have basically a minimum standard, and that counties cannot make these locational requirements any more restrictive than the state standard that's going to be set by this bill. So it is our view that because we don't approve the zoning ordinance in either of our counties, we implement it, we don't approve it. We should really leave this to our county councils to decide whether they want to support or support with amendments or whatever they want to do, or oppose this bill. We don't really want to come out and be out of step or out of sync with our county councils. So instead, we've put together an informational fact sheet that goes through the bill and talks about some of the issues with some of the text, as well as talks about sort of a a sample of how the bill might impact Prince George's County. We talked about their locational requirements and have a little excerpt of the use table. So just to give them information so that they understand the practical impacts of the bill, and to give them some maybe suggestions about how to make the bill a bit better. So again, not asking for a vote or a position on this, but certainly happy to answer any questions you might have about that bill.
Any questions or comments from the board? If not, we can move on. One thing I wanted to say, in your first sentence in the position paper, it says, has not voted to take a position on this bill.
Yes, that will be a,
Is that?
yes.
Sometimes that implies that we may vote later, but right now we're not taking a position, correct? You know?
Right. We always write that on the draft that we send to you, and we'll adjust it to reflect whether you took a vote or you're not going to take a vote. We'll adjust that first sentence after the meeting, after we present this to you.
Great.
So that when we send this, because what we'll do is we'll send this and all of these sheets to MACO and the county council so that they are aware of what we are saying about the bill. But yeah, we will adjust that first sentence after this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question. If we don't take a position, and if I happen to be not a proponent of marijuana use and its legalization, even though it is legal, is not taking a position the same as being on the side of what this bill's intent is? Thanks.
Well, so since the bill is not actually the bill that legalized recreational cannabis, this is simply a bill that's coming later after the legalization issue has already been settled, and it's talking about frankly, a very technical part of the zoning code that indicates where the businesses can and cannot be located. So I really don't think taking a position or not taking a position has anything to do with whether you agree with the legalization issue, because that's not really the point of this bill at all. The point of the bill is, can the locals, or should the locals, the local governments, be using locational criteria in this manner, and do they need to have limits on those locational criteria? Because what has happened in some cases is that the locational criteria has become so difficult to meet that you are finding some of these business owners are finding that there is no place for them to go that would actually comply with all of the locational standards.
You can go to the next, if no other comments or questions, go to the next one, please.
Okay, thank you. The next bill is SB 906, and that is conversion of commercial buildings for residential use. So this bill would require each county and Baltimore City to do an inventory of commercial buildings, develop a plan to convert vacant commercial buildings for residential use, and submit a report to the Department of Housing and Community Development. So when we first saw the bill, everyone sort of thought, oh, well, this is a great idea. Of course we should collect this information, and wouldn't this be great to have this information available? And then after a few days, we started getting in very detailed comments from both of our planning departments, indicating that, while on the surface, this is a very great move. We all want, certainly we want vacant properties to be reused, and we need more housing. And so, yeah, this is wonderful. But when you scratch the surface, you would need to define what is a vacancy. a vacancy could be 50% occupancy, 80% occupancy, or is it, that it has to be 100% vacant to qualify as vacant? And again, another question is, how long does it have to be vacant once you define what vacant is? And you have to make sure that everyone is using the same definition. Otherwise, your data makes no sense. So we think that this bill, while it raises a good point and is good sort of on the surface of it, once you dive into it, it tends to get very, very complicated, especially since determining vacancy would really require you to access each building. And who is going to do that exactly? So we think that it's better to provide some detailed information to the sponsor and suggest to the sponsor that perhaps a better way to approach this is to have the Department of Planning at the state and the Department of Housing at the state confer with the counties to come up with a definition of vacancy, to come up with ways that we can incentivize property owners to reuse and reoccupy vacant buildings quickly. Maybe there are things that we can do on a regulatory basis, on tax basis that we can do to incentivize this. But there are just a lot of levels to this that we don't think that this bill quite gets to. So we have, while we initially proposed to support with amendments, we've brought this back to just an information piece because we really think that the approach is probably better as a collaborative process as opposed to the way the bill is set up right now. So I'm sorry if there was any confusion about that because we did sort of change at the last minute, and we were working on this basically up until about 6 o'clock last night. So, we really wanted to make sure that we got all of the comments addressed because we had a lot of comments from both planning departments. Everyone was very engaged on this. So, so kudos to both planning departments. Happy to answer any questions about this one.
We have help to answer questions.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Tiniest board member.
Yes, please.
I have two. Isn't it that even though we had the guideline that they say if you have like about 25% vacancies, we don't know that if the buildings could lend itself to be converted to the residential. So even though if they clear that, we don't have a good answer, okay? But maybe depending on why they ask that, and I do not know if we have this information already available, that we just provide them an inventory of the commercial buildings with the rate of occupancy. That's it. That they know what it is, and the rate of occupancy may change every year, so we can update that, and then we can take it from there and do it. And I do not know if such an inventory exists easily. I don't know. But it's a very good data that I think it is good for everyone to have, even for our staff at the planning department. So if we can get some kind of that information, that would be really nice.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. So I think it may come back around to that, Commissioner Pedawin. Right now, we want to just give some information, and then if it goes toward a bill, then we will provide.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you guys working on this because I would come down on exactly the same spot on all of these issues. Like the good idea scratching the surface, like all the details about occupancy, what it means to be vacant, whether or not it's a convertible building, whether or not conversion means changing the underlying, all of that stuff is key to the actual output that we would want, which would be office conversions. And as someone who's worked with data a lot in their day job, bad data is worse than no data. And like, if I got something I can't compare Frederick and Montgomery County, much less, PG and Montgomery, if I got different things, then it's worse than useless as misleading. And so, like, unless we really define these things heavily or go with something simpler, like Commissioner Petawin asked, like some sort of rate of occupancy, annualized rate of occupancy or something like that, then I think it's better to at minimum be informational and at worst sort of oppose it without more detail on what they actually what we're actually getting.
Great, and also I think the market will take care of this. Like there's a lot of smart people out there that if they can convert a.
Well, this is also, I think, an issue, and I'm going to do 2 seconds when we get off this because we got lunch. It's very similar to things about Vision Zero and pedestrian safety, is we know things that work in general broadly across things. We can implement those aspects of our zoning code and our building codes and things like that and avoid having to just piecemeal it left and right, so that then if you got a place that's 20% unoccupied or 25% vacant or what have you, and it'll only be better if it was residential, you can go ahead and do that if it pencils out for you. So I think there's an option there, and yeah, that's all the comment.
Okay, so thank you so much, and then there's one last one.
Yes, there is. So the last bill that we have is SB, oh, sorry, I just lost it, SB 653. And this bill is standing environmental natural resources protection proceedings, Clean Water Justice Act of 2024. That's a mouthful. Basically, this bill is all about standing to sue government agencies with regard to a whole host of environmental regulations. The two environmental regulations that we deal with most often is Forest Conservation Act and the Chesapeake, well, for Prince George's, the Chesapeake Bay Critical Area Act. So this bill would give people and organizations the right or the standing to sue under these acts, these different environmental acts that we already have in the state, and it would expand their ability to sue in a way that is really unprecedented. Because of the way the wording is in the bill, it says, they could sue for violation of any standard, and standard is defined as any requirement, prohibition, limitation, or condition established by statute, regulation, permit, order, or license issued by secretary or any other office or agency of the state. So by defining it that way, it's almost as if they're saying they could, you could pick a particular portion of any of those laws, and if you disagree with the decision or the recommendation even of an agency, you could sue them, and you could be able to get your attorney's fees for that under this. So that's very unusual, and it would seem to me to be a huge opening up of standing to just a lot more people, and we'd have a lot more litigation on these cases. And the fact that you wouldn't need a final decision would mean you would hang up cases for a long time. So we, again, have put together an informational piece. We know that MACO is opposing this bill. We also heard this morning that the Attorney General's office has issued an opinion on this bill saying that they think that it's not legally sufficient. So we do think this bill probably is not going to advance, at least not in the state that it's in. It will probably need to be severely amended in order to pass sort of legal muster, as well as it still may be a pretty heavy lift for the sponsor. But we're going to work with Mako on this, and I'm pretty certain that all of the counties are basically opposing this bill. It would be a significant expansion of the right to sue your government before a decision is even made.
Great. I'm in support of your comments.
Are we opposing this or not?
We're working with Mako, who is opposing it. So we don't really think it's necessary for us to actually take a position in opposition, since Mako is going to represent our interests in this very well.
Why can't we just redo it, oppose it, if it is not that good at all? Why can't we, as a separate entity, also say we are opposing it in addition to Mako?
Well, it's more of a strategic decision. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah, it's a strategic decision.
Yeah. I mean, I would almost agree to oppose it, because we saw what happened with the purple line without something this broad, that it took decades to get done because of constant lawsuits under a variety of vaguely written environmental regulations. And there are, very reasonable environmental concerns about certain things, but to allow this broad of an expansion of it, I think is, if we need to oppose it, that'd be fine. But I think we're okay with just the informational piece. Yeah.
Yeah, if it gets to that point, we will definitely recommend opposing. But right now, we're good because we think strategically it's going to go nowhere. Thank you. So we're all good here.
Okay.
Thank you
very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're going to break for lunch until 1:45. Okay, and we'll come back then. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan Community Feedback Report, where the planning staff will be providing a summary to the board of the examples from the community feedback they received on the sector plan area. Today, we'll have Jamie Pratt leading this discussion and his team. Thank you. I'm sorry. Welcome, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. For the record, Roberto Duke with the Up County Division, and I'm here with Jamie Pratt, the co-lead for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, along with Don Ziegler, the supervisor for our section, and Patrick Butler, our division chief.
Thank you.
Today, we're going to give you a brief overview of the community feedback report. We'll very briefly discuss the background and how we compiled the comments, so the source of the comments, just some small demographic information to see how the comments relate to the overall demographics of the area, and what we heard in the 9 topic matters. In terms of the plan boundary, we just wanted to briefly go over this again. We have Clarksburg Road on the north, Frederick Road on the east, the Little Seneca Stream Valley Park on the south, and I-270 on the west. The area itself, the plan area, is about 969 acres, and this is the first major update of the plan in 30 years. In terms of the timeline for the plan, we presented the scope of work last summer to the planning board, and during the summer and fall we had various ways of outreach to the community that we'll be talking about briefly. We had a community kickoff also in the summer of last year, followed by listening sessions. And today we're providing the community feedback, and in the upcoming months we'll be looking at visioning for the area and analysis. So in terms of the different means of feedback that we received from the community, of course we had our community kickoff meeting, and at the meeting there were over 75 people. It was a pretty hot day and pretty warm in the room, but we have over 75 attendees at that meeting. And we received about 139 comments, and people provided their comments on little Post-it notes, and we had topic matters arranged around the room where they could, put their Post-it notes regarding those topics. And we also had a brief presentation and followed by a questions and answering session. Also, we partnered with Everyday Canvassing. They've been partnered with us on a few sector plans, and so they partnered with us again with this sector plan. So between June and August, they knocked on doors in the 5 residential communities in the plan area, trying to solicit responses regarding, how do you feel about the area? What would you like to see? That sort of thing. And the responses, could be from a few words to a much longer narrative. So it was kind of an interview process, just a dialogue between the residents and Everyday Canvassing. And from that, we received approximately 177 conversations with residents. And we also did this with businesses too in the general overall plan area. During the month of October, we had 4 listening sessions. 3 were in person and 1 was online. Each listening session, except for the last listening session, dealt with a specific topic matter for what would be in a typical sector plan. So we had sections on transportation, historic preservation, and such. And from those listening sessions, we gathered approximately 309 comments, and we'll be going over all of this fairly soon. And then also we had a online survey that people could fill out a questionnaire. And here are some of the following questions. What do you like most about living in the Clarksburg community? What are your biggest concerns? What do you think needs to be improved? And, what would make a future plan a success? And we received approximately 126 comments in that manner, and 4 in person. And I'll pass it on next to Jamie Pratt, and he'll discuss the methodology that we ran through for this analysis.
All right, thank you. You can see here the total comments we received were about 755, but not all the comments were the same. On the left, you can see one of the everyday canvassing transcribed interviews. So sometimes they talked about a dozen or more topics just in one conversation. So we had to parse all those remarks to get at what their concerns were. On the top right shows those boards from the community kickoff meeting where it was just Post-it notes. So those were a little bit easier to categorize. And then on the bottom, you can see a survey response where those varied in length from a few words to entire paragraphs. So again, we had to parse those into this various categories. So once we had done that, this shows that the most comments we received ended up being about what we were calling transportation issues, followed by some livability and quality of life. This could either be saying that they really like the area for whatever reason, or that they dislike the area. What is it that affects their experience of living in Clarksburg? And then jobs and economy was the third highest category we heard about, and we'll be diving into each of these more as we go through the presentation. So we had eventually ended up with 54 different subcategories that we had assigned these topics to. So on this slide, you can see the top 10 areas of comments within subcategories. Is retail, stores, and shopping was the number one thing we heard, followed by roads, and then a general appreciation of the plan area. So a lot of people do like the experience of living in Clarksburg, even though there's things that they would say are missing, but there's a lot about it that they like. So then you can also see restaurants, cafes, bars. There's comments on parks, public transportation, walking and sidewalks, et cetera. And again, we'll get into more of these as we go through. And we had in the everyday canvassing and our surveys, there was a question about race and ethnicity and another about age. On the chart on the right, you can see from the census that the population's racial and ethnic breakdown, where Asian Pacific Islanders that are the highest group living in this area, followed by non-Hispanic whites, and then non-Hispanic Black people. The survey responses we got were fairly in line with what you'd expect given the population, although there is some variance in whether they were a survey respondent or an interviewee. And similarly for the age, the most common household type in this area is families that have children under 18. And the responses that we got from the interviews and the surveys more or less reflects those age groups. So getting into what we heard, starting with transportation, we like to do these word clouds from the responses just to see what stands out from what people are talking about before we dive into the specifics. And you can see roads, traffic, and drive are very prominent here, but you also see parking, school, Germantown. Germantown is in here because so many people mention that they have to drive to Germantown for most of their daily needs. So again, it's just kind of interesting to see what pops out when you do these word clouds. So this top 5 transportation comments subcategories are roads, followed by public transportation and walking and sidewalks. And then people saying that they had to drive too far to get to places, and then traffic. So if you see here, incomplete street network with challenging topography is kind of a existing condition. So a lot of comments were about Little Seneca Parkway, which I'm going to have to change the setting here. So Little Seneca Parkway currently ends right here, and then it also, on the other side of 270, there's a segment. So the 1994 plan envisioned a connection there, and then on the bottom drawing, you'll see where Observation Drive is planned but not built. So we heard a lot of comments, both for and against building these connections, as well as comments about the congestion on I-270 and 355, because there's not a good alternative route for going north and south. There's only 3 bus routes serving the area, and mostly they run only during rush hour. And the times between buses is 30 to 45 minutes. So a lot of people said that they'd really like to have better transit options up here. As one person said, if you don't have a car, transportation is hard. A lot of people wanted better walking and biking infrastructure. We heard this from quite a few of the residents out there. And so there are a lot of sidewalks in the newer communities, but a lot of them are not connected to each other. And there's not necessarily safe routes to school, so then they have to be driven or on a bus. And then, again, the distance traveled, a lot of them said they go to Frederick, Urbana, Germantown, Damascus. So 2/3 of the people, I'd say, that talked about distance were dissatisfied with how far away everything is. But at the same time, we have a lot of people that didn't see this to be a problem. As you see in the last comment, with a 20-minute drive, I can get to anything from here. So other people would say, oh, everything is at least 20 minutes away. So perception of time is different for different people, apparently. So we found that interesting. Traffic this is where 270 narrows down from 3 lanes in each direction to 2 at the Clarksburg exit. So traffic can get congested there in the especially the evening rush. But there's also 355 is only a 2-lane road in the plan area, and at the middle school, apparently traffic backs up on the road, and there's no good way to get around it. So a lot of people spoke about that. And then there's concerns that if this plan causes more development, that the traffic is going to be even worse than it already is. So comparing it to the existing conditions, there are limited points of connectivity in the plan area. These dashed lines indicate the unbuilt infrastructure from the 1994 plan and a few newer ones that have made alternate recommendations. But there's no connectivity through this area, and this is causing a lot of stress for people. You can see where Observation Drive is currently built to this point right here from Germantown, and there's a small segment of it was built in the plan area, but the area in between has not been built. And I believe you might have heard a conversation about this earlier today with the CIP discussion, because we are looking at these alignments. And I think the biggest thing is so many people said they'd like to have places closer to home where they can take care of their everyday needs. For public facilities, you can see here, school is huge. Community is big because so many people said community center. Germantown's big because so many of them have to go to Germantown. A library is very important. So you see here, when we put these into the 5 subcategories, they're almost equal of people talking about schools, rec centers, gyms, pools, a community center where they can have indoor meeting spaces or classes of some sort, and the library. The school comments, some of the comments were about school capacity. The opening up of the Cabin Branch Elementary School did alleviate a lot of the overcrowding. You can see on the bottom right some of the portable classroom buildings that have been at Clarksburg Elementary School for years, but most of those, if not all, have been removed with the opening of the new school. On the top, you can see where people coming from this neighborhood need to get across 355, but there's no safe crosswalk for them to do so. So the middle school is just right about a block down from here. Moving on to the existing conditions of the schools, there is Clarksburg Elementary School at the top of our plan area. The high school is roughly in the middle, and the middle school at the bottom end. The elementary school enrollment in this cluster peaked in 2019, and it's actually gone down a little bit. This is a reflection of the ages that people were when they bought into most of the housing that has now been built in Clarksburg. They bought the houses when they had young children, and now those children are aging into middle school and high school. So those enrollment levels are expected to peak in the next few years before they too will go back down. And the capital project at Damascus High School should alleviate problems with Clarksburg's enrollment. And then so many people said, we really want a library. And there is a plan for a library just outside the sector plan area. The current budget shows that they're still contemplating a couple of different locations, but both of them are just, almost, one of them is within walking distance, if not both, about half of this plan area. And then community center, pool, recreation center, they want, some people, even if they have a swimming pool in their individual community, it's only open during the summer. So even people that have pools said that they like a pool they can use all year. So many people said they wanted a splash park for kids, they want a community center, they want a rec center, a gym, someplace to work out. And so you can see here the plan area in red, and the closest rec centers are in Damascus and Montgomery Village and Germantown. The closest pools are down here as well. So it is a good distance from the plan area to get to any of these facilities.
And I'll be going over livability and quality of life. I'll say the quality of life and livability is kind of a catch-all, so it incorporates many of the different topics kind of all into one thing. Here you see, they talk about kids they want their kids to have more activities, about a center, about how to create a complete community so you can live, work, and play. And in terms of the five topics that the top five topics, we have the general appreciation, so how they really felt about the Clarksburg area, the idea of complete communities, so that there are places where they can maybe walk to get their everyday needs and that sort of thing. There were concerns about overdevelopment, that in some cases, they think that, there's a potential that things could become overdeveloped, but they also talked about the infrastructure that's necessary to allow for certain things. They also expressed the idea that they want their kids to be able to do something, after school activities and that sort of thing, and places for community gathering where you can meet your neighbors outside of just your immediate neighborhood. So, again, many, in terms of the livability comments, many people say they love the peace and quiet of the area. They have a place to live, but do they have a place that's close by to work, or do they have a place that's, close by for entertainment or activities or, to go to a restaurant and that sort of thing, or gathering spaces. So they really focused on, we need those spaces, open spaces for gathering, community spaces, for activities, more shopping and retail spaces, and more, places to go eat and that sort of thing. In terms of the livability of the area and how it compares to the existing conditions, well, in the existing conditions, there are really primarily two types of land uses. You have single-family attached residences, and then some office space, which a large portion is still kind of vacant. And then there aren't really any true gathering spaces in the community. Many people said, well, I have to go to Frederick, or I have to go down to Germantown or to Rio, for activities, for, just enjoyment. And, they just members want a place to go to create a place. In terms of housing, housing was a big topic too. There were really three primary categories that we learned about: was housing affordability, senior living, and housing options, meaning different housing types other than just single-family attached residences or detached residences. Are there other housing options? So in terms of affordability, we heard it, in both ways. We heard that, some people say, oh, it's great, everything's very affordable. But then again, we heard, where somebody said, the rent's killing me, paying $3,000 a month and I'll have to leave, because I can't afford this place. Also, people talked about wanting different types of housing to be able to maybe have an accessory dwelling unit, for income, to promote income coming in to their household. Some people also thought that there needs to be more diversity in terms of housing types to promote affordability. So when we compare this to the existing conditions, 74% of the plan area is composed of single-family attached housing. And there isn't any multifamily currently in the area. There's one planned in Clarksburg Square. But other than that, there aren't really any other planned for multifamily or different types of units. And the area is composed of about 15% MPDUs. And in terms of the median household prices compared with the county, they're on par pretty much. Single-family detached homes are relatively on par. The median price for townhomes prices is a little bit more expensive, but that could be due to the fact, partially because the townhouses that are being built now are larger than what you found years ago. In terms of the countywide numbers.
Can I ask you, what is the difference between townhomes and single-family attached?
I'm using it interchangeably. It kind of, so it is the same thing.
I think it would be because you talk about townhomes, so it's sort of confusing. So when you say that 74% of the housing units are single-family attached, that means that 74% are townhomes?
Townhomes, yes. And so then, and single-family detached would, just be a single-family home by itself.
So that's like 26%.
Right, yes.
So there is no multifamily there?
There's a small amount of another housing type that would be like, I think, called 2/2s. So there are a few units in the plan area that are neither a single-family detached nor a single-family attached house.
So what is 2/2?
It's when you have a two-level living unit on top of another two-level living unit.
Attached or detached?
So that there would be like 4 of them grouped into one building.
Oh, okay, that's
but it's
nice.
not-
Will there be?
It would look like it, it would look like a townhouse, but there
Okay.
would be 2 doors, and there would be two levels, and
Okay,
then
so
2
it's
levels
like a
above.
duplex, but they're on top of each
Right,
other.
right.
Right, but they
Okay.
each have.
So from the
two
street,
floors
it looks like a townhome.
Okay, okay, so in reality, in Clarksburg, 74% of the housing in Clarksburg area that you're talking about are townhomes? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And in terms of jobs and economy, we heard, a number of things about, people wanting restaurants, retail, just a grocery store closer to them, a place to actually, meet their neighbors and that sort of thing again. So in terms of, we received 237 comments regarding this information, and they were still broken down into subcategories. So in essence, about 435 responses. And the top 5 economic and job development responses were in terms of retail, stores and shopping, restaurants and cafe space, entertainment venues, jobs, and we did also have some about urgent care and hospital. And in terms of, many people thought there was a lack of retail in their immediate area, that they always had to drive to get to places. Again, we've, I guess, been harping the point, but, going to Frederick, Germantown, people said that they wanted a grocery store, someplace that they could walk to, rather than having to drive. They wanted restaurants to go to, and places for entertainment. So, they feel like they have, in some manner, they have a place to live, but they want the complete community.
So I'm just wondering that I know that town center is not part of this here. So where are the, everything that, if you exclude the town center, there is no other shopping areas in that area? Not every time they have to go to Frederick or other places for grocery store, because you said there is no grocery store. There is no grocery store in the study area?
Well, not in the immediate plan area.
Yeah.
There are a few strip shopping centers outside of the plan area, about 4 miles away. The Milestone Shopping Center and the Clarksburg
Village is maybe 2 miles.
Clarksburg Village Shopping Center. What's that? Yeah, and the outlets, which was more of a regional draw across 270.
Don't want to go to outlet for grocery.
No,
I
not
don't
definitely
wanna
not.
do that.
So in terms of how things compare with, or the comments we received compared to existing conditions, there are very few retail or restaurant spaces in the sector plan area. There are few jobs also in the sector plan area. In our existing conditions, we point out that along Gateway Center Drive, there's this flex office space with about 1 million square feet. There's also the ComSat building. And that's about 1 million square feet of office space or flex space. And there are about 1,300 jobs in the plan area. And the 1994 plan had envisioned about 20,000 jobs in this plan area. And again, there's a small shopping center and a gas station, and then across I-270, you have the outlets. So that's pretty much in terms of, jobs and places to go and that sort of thing.
All right, for historic resources, you can see in the word cloud, we have the word building is large. There, this is in reference to the ComSat building, so you'll see ComSat and community, which was part of the recommendation. Some people had suggestions that it be some sort of community center. You see the words historic and preserve and housing. So a lot of these are ideas people had about this place, especially pool, restaurants. So let me get to the next slide here. So as far as the feedback itself, we did have 48 comments that seemed specific to the historic resource conversation, although there was a survey question about ComSat specifically that 100 people did provide a comment on, but a lot of them were just suggesting other uses for the land or things that could go around the building without really discussing it as a historic resource. So most of those who did provide comments on the ComSat building did support its designation in the master plan for historic preservation or some sort of adaptive reuse, but several people expressly opposed designation of the property as historic. So then you see some of the opinions here for preservation, adaptive reuse, parks, athletic fields, and some suggested demolition of the building. Community members also supported increased interpretation of some of the other historic resources in the area. Part of the Clarksburg Historic District is in our plan area, and some people thought it could use some historic markers or an interpretive trail of some sort. So this is, on the right is the Clarksburg School, a picture from 1912. That building is next to the Clarksburg Elementary School. It was moved at some point, but they did preserve the building, and it is currently an historic resource. The John Wesley United Methodist Church, you see in the bottom, is a resource that's being considered for historic designation as part of this plan, along with a few other resources in the area, but we did not receive comments on those. When we found the comments where people were talking about parks, you see the word like is really big here. I mean, people did really appreciate the parks that do exist in the area. But you see the word neighborhood here. There's a lot of them that say, oh, there's great parks in the area, but we want one in our neighborhood within walking distance. We want more trails in the wooded areas around our community. So you can see here 111 people kind of had general comments about liking parks or wanting more parks or commenting on where they are versus 96 that had comments on park uses, and then 68 more that were specific to trails. So people told us that they wanted more playgrounds. They would love to have a splash park for kids. They want more dog parks. Even in places where they have dog parks, they want a dog park for big breed dogs and small breed dogs. So, and a lot of people want places for a community garden. A lot of times that would be in some sort of HOA space, but I believe we do have some parks that provide some community space for community gardens, and in some cases, there's nowhere left in their own community to put one. And then they want more trails for walking and biking. And for, you can see here where there isn't a lot of space to play games and sports here. So a lot of what they use for recreation is the school property will have ball fields that they can use at times, but many times those are off limits because they're being used by the school. So the residents cannot. So you can see here, there does appear to be a lot of parks around the plan area, but very few within the plan area. And the final category is environment, which is an important topic for a lot of people. You can see again, the word like is really big, preserve is big, but development is also big because there are concerns that developments will disrupt the environment. And water quality, trees and forests, and general comments on the environment and more green and open space are the main topics that we heard about for the environment. And I wanted to point out in this chart briefly, if you look at water quality, you'll see that the majority of that is community meetings and a few are survey responses, but none of the comments on water quality were for everyday canvassing. So we did notice in a couple of categories that when the everyday canvassing talked to people in their communities, they talked about certain topics, but the people that showed up to the public meetings talked about different topics. So there was a case where nobody that was interviewed mentioned water quality as being something that they think about on a day-to-day basis, so it didn't come up in their conversations. But water quality has been a very big issue in the Clarksburg area for years. So there are still lots of people that come out to the meetings to defend it. And so you can see here, they have a general appreciation for the stream valleys, the forested areas. They love, so many of them said, we love the green here. It's so much green. But then they are worried that if we build more roads or more housing, it will adversely impact the environment. And you can see here the existing condition. There are, down here along the bottom is the Little Seneca Creek flowing through the plant area, and you can see that there are some forested areas that do remain within the plant area. And so the main takeaways from our analysis here is in transportation, they want a complete road network. They want better pedestrian and bicycling infrastructure. They want more public transportation options. For public facilities, they want a library, they want a community center with recreation options and meeting rooms, and they want a public swimming pool that's open year-round. For quality of life, they consider Clarksburg to be peaceful and appreciate its small town feel and the diversity of the population, but they desire a complete community with local restaurants, additional stores, and convenient public facilities. And many are worried about overdevelopment, especially if more houses are built without providing the amenities that the community currently lacks. And environment and parks, they appreciate the natural environment, the forested areas, open spaces, green spaces, and regional parks. But they're concerned that not enough will be done to protect water quality and forests as development continues. And they'd like to see more local parks with active recreation opportunities for people of all ages. And so we kind of summarize this as people want a place. And that completes our presentation. So if you have any comments or questions, we'd love to hear them.
Thank you, Mr. Duke and Pratt, for your wonderful presentation. I also want to applaud the amazing outreach you and your team did, getting interviews and questionnaires and having these listening sessions. And so I thought that was very, very important as we move forward with these master plans or sector plans. So I applaud you for that, and I look forward to, as you go back to the community with this, some potential strategy or solutions to some of the questions and comments that they had here. So thank you so much for all your hard work. Okay? And other board members.
Just a few comments. What, if any, is the justification for the historic designation of the ComSat building and the location? Like, I do not get that as a historic preservation piece.
I'm going to invite John Liebert's up here to answer that question. He's on the historic preservation staff.
Good afternoon, John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner for the record. So the ComSat building was designed by a very prominent Argentine-American architect, Cesar Pelli. And so the designation focuses on its architectural significance, but also its historical significance in terms of the development of the I-270 corridor in Clarksburg and Satellite Alley So there's both a architectural significance to the building and a historical significance for the building that staff will be evaluating as part of this plan.
Okay. I mean, I think with respect to that building and then the other asks that are in that we're getting from the comments, I'm like, there's a balancing act going on, but if we're considering designating a historical designation of a site that large, that available for the development, and these are people that want to place a community people to come in, you can't have a complete community without having a complete community, without having the demographics that complete a community. Which I cannot believe, I'm honestly shocked that there's not one single multifamily building in this area. And I think that if we're coming to the point of trying to designate the ComSat building as a historic property, that's going to limit significantly the ability to develop the things that are going to bring in what the people are asking for. There's not really a way to sort of get the amenities.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But we're actually, we're going to evaluate this resource and others. This is a part of the standard planning process.
I understand
we
that,
go.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but to your point, we're about to go through this exercise with the community, with consultants that we've hired. One to help us study any adaptive reuse that may be contemplated as part of any designation of the building itself, of any historic setting. I don't want to jump ahead, put the cart in front of the horse here, but I also don't think we've been talking or contemplating an entire site. So, but we're about to, the point I'm trying to make really is that we're about to go through that entire process. We've also hired a consultant to help us with any economic study to go along with any adaptive reuse that may be contemplated for the building, so that it's not just concepts that you have when you may have recommendations to consider, but also some economic realities associated with any recommendations that you may receive. So we're about to go through that whole process, though, right now. So before any of us predetermine anything, I just ask that you allow us to go through that, and we'll bring that.
No, I completely understand. I just have trouble imagining that that's going to be a viable economic option for that spot and in that area. And the whole rest of the thing we're talking about, like creating a place, you're cutting off. You've got $7.75 million single-family homes, $450,000 townhomes, about a quarter of it. You're missing a very large. There is no complete community without the people that you're missing here, which is going to require multifamily construction, which is going to require considerably more housing, which is going to require all the things. Without all of those things, you don't get the things that the people are asking for. There's public things we can provide, pools, we can suggest schools, that kind of thing, but we don't have a magic wand to wave and give you a fine dining restaurant if there aren't enough people to go to the dining. Like we just don't have. If there's not the economic base surrounding that area, we just can't get it. And I think that, if you got it's about a 50 acres spot, is that of the ComSat? It's a pretty large space. Or no, I think of the Clarksburg spot, but
The property's
it's a
over
large
200 acres if you take all three properties
all
that
three
they own.
properties
A
together.
lot of it's in the Stream Valley.
Yeah.
Right,
And
that's the entire property,
that's the
right,
entire property.
right, so.
Could you show the map there?
I don't want to get bogged down on that specifically, but I'm saying that if you're trying to get the place that the people are asking for, and then you're taking out or making a historic designation or increasing the probability of doing that, you're not going to get there without more people and housing around there. You're not going to get the things that they're asking for. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and if there is recommendation to, if we, again, this is all like, not trying to predetermine anything, but if there is a recommendation to preserve some portion of the building, whatever, in historic setting, et cetera, again, we're going to go through this process to put forward realistic recommendation. You're preaching to the choir there.
I understand.
In some aspects, that we want a complete community. If there is recommendations to retain a portion of that or a historic setting, we also want to show the community around that and how it's woven into the fabric of this community, and how this plan can be realized, again, in a 10 to 20-year horizon, like our other plans. So we're not going to put forward recommendations that are intended to sit on the shelf that'll never move anywhere. So that would never be our intent.
Yeah, so we look forward to the upcoming year, going back to the community and then getting their suggestions based on this. It's very obvious what they want, right? And so we just need to figure out how we can put it all together at that site, with all its constraints, because there are things we could, you said over 20 years, things we could recommend, but it seems like infrastructure is the key there. I mean, they have no connections. And, the roads end, and they need to put those roads together somehow, and how do we also get, the county, DOT, whatever, on board for the plan, because without that, I think it's, it's an incomplete plan. So we're looking forward to it, and going to the next steps. Everyone's waiting for, the community, the council member, we are, you are, so we're looking forward to the next steps. I don't know if there are any other comments?
I have some comments. In regard to finishing up what the chair was talking about, we have lack of public facilities, rec center, library, and schools. I do not know that if schools have a high school or elementary school in their capital, and we're going to review it next week. So I think it's important that you outline that if these are in the CIP for the school and for the libraries, okay, I do not know if the libraries have it in their CIP. In regard to rec center, yes, and looking at the rec center the way it is, definitely they need a rec center. In regard to the roads, we just had the DOT, the county executive took Observation Drive and all the connections that is really needed and pushed them to the 6th year. And we are just going our recommendation back to the county, and this is not being, we just say that this, I do not know what we are saying in that. I didn't say that we push back to that and say, look, it's very clear. We don't really need to do the master plan to see that these things are needed for this area. So we should push back and say that, and especially with the Clarksburg community, that they have advocacy and going to the, during the CIP meetings, that they need the road and they need these rec centers. They have public hearing now for people to discuss the capital improvement for the county, and we don't have to wait for another 2 years. This is obvious to me that it is needed. I agree with Commissioner Hedrick. You have a big heart that is vacant, and I understand and I appreciate the historic aspect of it. I think that when we're going to review the historic aspect of it, we should consider maybe have a section that is the most important historic aspect and preserve that. Maybe we could have a rec center there. You never know if you think about it, or a combination of rec center and library in historic section. We need to look at the co-location and co-locating and bank on the historic aspect and having a building there. So maybe we could combine these elements and have county departments to partner with us to see that if that is something that possible, and then we have the rest available for mixed use or shops or whatever that we have. I just heard that the employment was supposed to be 20 and it's just 1,300. So we have not achieved our goals. So I know that when you look at the master plan, we could look at those and see that what it requires, and these are things that could help us when we're looking at it to do it. But some of these capital improvement, we may want to advocate for them now and not wait another 2 years, because people in here, they need it now. Yeah. The sooner the better.
Yeah, I agree with you about co-locating public amenities, library, community center, pool, school, whatever, rec center, somewhere, if you can. I mean, that's very, very efficient. So, Mr. Linden, do you have any comments? Mr. Bartley, do you have any comments, questions? Okay. If none said, thank you so much. Do we have to make a, no, this is just, no, we didn't. So thank you for your work, and we look forward to seeing the next step, okay?
Thank you.
Yep, and we're going to take just a 2-minute break, and we'll be right back for our last item, 12700 Trevilla Road, public hearing. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item 10, our last item of the afternoon, 12700 Trevilla Road, public hearing, where there's a preliminary plan number 120220120 and a preliminary forest conservation plan number F20230450, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And today we have Jeff Server from the Planning Department presenting. So welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with Up County, and before you today is 12700 Trevilla Road, preliminary plan number 120220120, and preliminary final forest conservation plan number F20230450. Staff's recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan and the preliminary final forest conservation plan. The plan's focused on creating 7 buildable lots for the construction of 7 single-family homes. The subject property is located at 12700 Trevilla Road in Potomac. You can see this in the image to the right. It is the polygon bounded in blue. It's located north of Bissell Lane and Trevilla Road. It's northeast of River Road, west of Greenbrier Local Park, and it's within the Watts Branch and Lower Potomac watersheds. The subject property is made up of parcel 999 and lot 54, which cumulatively totals a little over 16 acres. It's subject to the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. Parcel P999 is currently unsubdivided. The property fronts onto Trevilla Road, and it's currently zoned RE2. And the subject property is the same bounded polygon in the image to the right. At the time of posting the staff report, staff had not received any community correspondence. Since posting, though, we have received some correspondence and been in touch with a neighboring resident. Before I jump into that, I just want to note the applicant did meet all the noticing requirements in terms of sign posting and mailing of notice of application. At this time, the correspondence that we received pertained to issues that were, issues that primarily had to deal with runoff, potentially concerns about future irrigation systems, potential rodent issues pertaining to construction at the time, and then some other concerns relating to runoff and potential pollution issues. We've recommended and directed the resident to contact the appropriate regulatory agencies that address these issues and concerns, and have provided as much information as we can at this time to try to address all of the concerns. The proposal for this application is to create 7 buildable lots for 7 single-family detached dwelling units. Each lot is approximately 2 acres. There is a small community area that has been proposed for the center of the cul-de-sac. You can see in the image to the right, the lower image is showing the layout, so the lotting pattern for the subdivision with the cul-de-sac. Above, in the rendered image, it's showing the suggestion of what the streetscape may look like, but note the center of the cul-de-sac. That's the proposed community gathering area. And the application also includes a 6-foot sidewalk with a 6-foot wide street buffer. Looking at frontage improvements, as conditioned, the applicant's going to construct a 6-foot wide sidewalk along the new public street A. This is shown in red in the image to the right. There's also an additional landscape community space that we were just looking at that also includes a pedestrian connection through the cul-de-sac. That's shown as the other image showed at the center of the cul-de-sac bulb. And then there's an 11-foot wide side path along Trevilla Road that provides frontage, and that's shown in blue. And looking at the APF, it's exempt from an LATR study as it generates below 50 peak hour person trips. It'll utilize public water and sewer as it falls within the W3 and S3 service categories. Meets all the stormwater management requirements, meets all the fire access and water supply requirements, and no additional UPPs are required just because the number of students generated does not exceed the adequacy ceiling that's established for each school. In looking at forest conservation, the plantings that are in green are the variance mitigation plantings. So they kind of run the perimeter of the different lots. The items in red, the diamond shape, are identifying the variance trees to be removed. And then the yellow circles are showing the variance trees that would be impacted, and then their associated numbers. This application meets Chapter 22A. There is no existing forest on site, and any afforestation requirements of 3 acres are going to be met with off-site forest bank credits or fee in lieu. Looking at the findings, this application conforms to the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. The public facilities are adequate, complies with all the provisions of the subdivision regulations. The proposed lots are appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use, meets all the requirements of the RE2 zone, complies with Chapter 22A for forest conservation, and complies with Chapter 19 with an approved stormwater concept. Staff's recommending approval of preliminary plan number 12022-0120 and preliminary final forest conservation plan number F2023-0450 with conditions. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions from the board?
None for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we do have one speaker, I'm sorry. Mr. Rima Chami, are you available, sir?
Yes, Mrs. Rima Chami.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Quite all right. Yes, quite all right. Yes, I'm available, and I appreciate, the residents always appreciate a request from developers for input, especially for those that will be affected directly. Our property, I have 5 basic points. I'll just outline them. Our property does back up like other homes do. When we moved here, actually, we moved from Montgomery to get away from the development, so it's a bit ironic. But we were told that the land, this lot did not percolate and therefore was not buildable, etc. Anyway, fast forward, I guess now it somehow does percolate and there will be construction. So other than, the concern for nature, my husband's company has worked to show environmental and economic value for living nature. But that aside, the direct concerns, since the property backs up, it is effectively like our backyard. We do have the runoff issues, any water issues, because there is a problem already with that, with water coming and sitting in our backyard. So we've had to make some adjustments, but it is a problem and coming towards the house. So that is a big concern, the backyard and the house, with respect to water. And I included in that rain, but I didn't know that if there was irrigation systems, any other potential for water that would just stagnate. I am concerned with any potential pesticides or chemicals that might seep into the ground. 1, because it's chemicals in the ground, and 2, because we're on well water, and that's right up against the property. So that was a concern as well. Sewage seepage was a concern. I understand there's public access, public lines, so I am assuming that is a non-issue. The other 2 items were the very likelihood of displacement of rodents that have, I'm sure, resided in the lot and the abandoned building once construction begins. That's a major concern. Now, we've seen that in all developments. We've seen it in the nicest, most expensive developments in McLean. I can attest to that personally. So I do have a concern, not just for the house and the hygiene, for pets, for little kids, etc. Again, because of the proximity, we are basically just the continuation of that property. So I wanted to know what they would be doing to mitigate that and address it ahead of time. And the last thing how would the homes directly around this construction be protected from the dirt and noise pollution and ensure maintenance of privacy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's always important to get comments from neighbors and affected residents. So we have the applicant here. Would you introduce yourselves, and would you address the comments of Ms. Chami, please? And provide any other testimony you'd like.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Lewis. I'm with Site Solutions. I am the consultant for the applicant on the project. First, we'd just like to thank the staff for working with us through the process. We would be happy to answer any questions. I guess in particular, we could address immediately the question from the caller, from the adjacent neighbor, regarding, I think, some of the rodents was one of her big concern. And really, that's handled through the demolition permit process with the county, is they are required to have an exterminator come in and take care of any rodents or other pests that are on there. And certification does need to be supplied to the county as part of that permit process. You know, we do meet all the stormwater management, all the storm runoff for both the road and the houses will be treated through the required stormwater management process. So we will be addressing any of the additional storm runoff. She did say something about the percolation. We will be on public sewer, so there will not be an issue with any type of seepage from septic or anything like that.
You'll be on public water, too?
But public water and public
Okay,
sewer,
so
yes.
Yeah. Great. And I think what else did, so that should take care of the percolation, stormwater management, chemical sewage. You talked about the rodents. Also, if they're current, I assume you'll have to grade the property so it doesn't drain into a neighbor's yard? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, after it's graded, the majority it will. For right now, this property almost acts like kind of a funnel from the surrounding areas come down through this and then drain down to Trevilla Road. A lot of that will be intercepted when we construct a new public street, which will then be put into public storm drain system and piped down to Trevilla Road. There's some certain areas, specifically to the east, which are existing lots, which we really can't do anything about. But I think overall, the actual runoff will decrease after the construction of the site.
Okay. I just have one question. In the staff report, there, just out of curiosity, it talks about something called a pipe stem. What is that? Do you know?
Pipe stem was just referring to the configuration of one of the residential lots.
And what does that mean? A pipe?
I'm sorry, it just means that, here, let me switch to the layout. It simply means that the access to the lot would be provided through a narrow narrow strip of land.
I see.
And that would provide the driveway access.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
I have no other comments or questions. Any other board members? None being said, it looks like a well-laid-out site, and we look forward to having additional housing in the community. And I'm sure that your plan will address the residents' comments, and then also, Ms. Chami, I think once they get a building permit, it'll be issued through the Department of Permitting Services, and if you feel that there's the rodents are excessive or something, there's a number on that permit that you can call, and DPS will come out and make sure that the applicant provides more rodent control if needed. But if none of the questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve the?
Excuse me, you were talking to me. I'm sorry to interrupt because I know my name wasn't called, but just There was one more thing about the construction. All of us be protected from the dirt and the noise pollution,
Oh, yeah.
and the maintenance of privacy. That was important again because we're like an extension of the.
Yes,
the
in a
property.
DPS permit, there are hours of operation, and I think they're also, based on my experience as developer, there's noise ordinances, there are also dust, laws about how much, dust, you have to water down or keep dust down so that it doesn't go into the neighboring properties, but I think that's all that will be part of this DPS permit that they get, that they have to follow those rules. But there are rules that they have to follow, ma'am.
Correct. Sediment erosion
Okay, and the
control.
privacy issue.
The privacy issue?
What is the privacy?
What about the privacy issue, ma'am?
Will there be a wall? I mean, in other words, all our windows are exposed. And again, since we're basically stuck to the property, the workers, in the meantime, we're just exposed, completely exposed. So what would ensure privacy during the construction time? There's no wall, there's no gate, there are no trees, there's nothing.
I'm not sure
There's
what
no
the law
boards.
says they have to do, other than they're providing for the longer-term landscaping plan, but,
I mean, as part of the sediment erosion control plan, there's typically a sediment control fence that's put up around a perimeter. That will obviously provide some security for people. She's concerned about people wandering onto the property or something like that.
That's another issue, yes.
Yeah.
The privacy, security. Okay. And one last thing. I mean, I know this is just going to be rhetorical. It's not going to make a difference, but I'll ask anyway. Why not 6 homes? Why can't it be limited to 6 just to reduce all these issues versus 7? I'm assuming they won't be so crowded with the people around.
well, I'll have staff, they are following, the law allows them to have 7, and that's
I mean,
where
they are 2-acre lots, so I mean, they're of reasonably good size.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So is there a motion that we?
Yeah, I move that do we need to separate the forest and the preliminary? All right, I move that we approve preliminary plan number 1/2022-0120 with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Is there a motion for the preliminary final forest conservation plan approval?
Move that we approve the preliminary and final forest conservation plan number F 2023-0450.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. That ends our planning board meeting today, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.